You
I
should
don't know
be
what I'm
good,
gonna do with
sir,
all
so
these
everybody's coming
t-shirts.
through you for.
Like, somebody told me, they're like, you should stop by Goodwill on your way into town.
This is what she sent this
Yeah.
morning.
Your
She sent me this
fees
morning
come
and
from
an
something.
explanation, but this is a Word document. So when I open it up, of course I haven't had time to do it. This was, 15 minutes ago.
What did I pick?
But there you go.
The microphone should be coming to you.
I'm like, and I still can't see it on my
Morning, everyone.
Did it in my book.
Call to order the committee meeting today, committee meeting day, sorry. Can't talk this morning. Okay,
motion at this time that we go into executive session for the purposes of discussing personnel matters, legal matters, discipline, anything else?
Waivers.
Waivers.
Second,
Second.
Downey, Donaldson, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're in executive session.
in newly or newly modified CTAE lab facilities. The total grant is not to exceed $7,497,055.
Thank you. Are there any questions about item number 2? Yes, Ms. Aqua.
Just out of curiosity, it says other funds. What funds is that? What is that?
It's bond funds.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Any other questions on number 2? Okay, then we'll move to put it on the consent agenda. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is our FY '27 Federal High School and Middle School Programs Grant for CTAE. The purpose of this grant is to support CTAE program improvement by providing federal funds to supplement local education efforts. The total grant amount is not to exceed $22,081,154.
Thank you. Are there any questions about item number 3? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to put that on the consent agenda. And then item number 4.
Item number 4 is our FY '26 State High School Program Grants for CTAE. The funds support and enhance local district CTAE programs by providing funds for CTAE Extended Day, CTAE Extended Year, CTAE Supervision, CTAE Youth Apprenticeship, CTAE Industry Certification, and CTAE Career and Technical Student Organization State Grant Funds. The total grant amount is not to exceed $19,428,000.
Thank you. Any questions about item number 4? All right, hearing none, we'll move to put that on the consent agenda, and then I will go ahead and put Ms. Kinsella on the hot seat for a moment. Those first 4 about CTAE, this is your last meeting as the state teacher of the year, ag CTAE teacher. Is there anything you want to add or say about any of those items that?
Thank you for approving all of them. There's a lot that goes into determining where those allocations go, so just know that, and there's a lot of, we are held accountable to make sure that those funds are used in the appropriate manner. So I appreciate you all passing those, and just know that those funds are used the way that they are supposed to be used, so.
Thank you. All right, moving on to number 5.
Item number 5 is a contract renewal with Lexia Learning Systems. The purpose of this contract is to provide professional learning for early childhood educators of students with IEPs who receive GNET services. The total contract amount is not to exceed $498,092.
Any questions? Yes, Ms. Strong.
I'm curious about the increase. It's a 35% increase over last year.
Sean should be online.
Yes, excuse me. This is
John.
hi, how are you? Thank you for the question. This is due to additional state funding that we had available that we're using to support the GNET. Were you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes, now.
Go ahead, Sean.
Go ahead.
Sean, they're asking a question about the increase. Are we good now, Keith? Okay, Sean, the question is about the increase in the contract.
Okay, so we have had a contract with Lexia Learning across the state for IDA. So this portion is specific to the GNETs, to serving GNETs for early educators.
Yes, so I'm curious why it went up 35% from last year.
Since we're having some technical difficulties, I'll get a
Yeah.
text response from Parkland.
That's fine.
Excellent. All right. Unless anyone wants to move us for a separate vote, I'll move to put it on the consent.
And I'm sorry, there's a lag on our end, so it's,
Item number 6.
apologize for that. And I see Dr. Robert, if you wanted to weigh in.
Parks. This contract will support the 2027 Department of Education Federal Programs Conference that will provide LEA program directors and leaders, principals, and other key personnel with information that will assist them and implementing and coordinating federal grants at the LEA and school level. The contract amount is not to exceed $550,000.
Any questions about item number 6? All right, hearing none, I'll move that on the consent agenda. Item number 7.
Item number 7 is our contract renewal with Georgia Learning Resource System. The GLRS centers provide technical assistance and coaching for LEAs addressing priorities identified by the Georgia Department of Education's Office of Federal Programs Division for exceptional students and needs of LEAs in the region. The total contract amount is not to exceed $9,200,000.
Any questions about item number 7? All right, seeing none, move to put that on the consent agenda. Item number 8.
Item number 8 is our FY '27 Georgia Network of Educational and Therapeutic Support Allocations, or GNETs. The purpose of this grant is to assist the 24 GNETs with meeting the needs of students with disabilities as determined by their IEPs, assist students with transitioning to less restrictive environments, and improve students' academic outcomes and behavioral skills. The total grant amount is not to exceed $49,914,213.
Any questions about item number 8? Mr. Johnson?
So the funding for this went down. I would assume this is just enrollment. It's a formula funding.
Correct. The GNETs enrollment to go down.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions about item number 8?
But that does, that goes back to your earlier question though. Cause if the enrollment went down on this one,
The other one.
why would, but the other one went up for GNET, the other went up,
Good
so
one. Yeah.
those are connected, so,
Mhm.
yeah, I think actually having the answer to his first question is important.
Thank you.
Unless someone wants to vote for a separate vote after we get this question answered, I'll move that on the consent agenda.
And
All right,
there's a lag on my end, I apologize.
Item 9 is a grant for Georgia Parent Mentor Partnership. The purpose of this grant is to assist LEAs with fiscal resources to hire parent mentors to build effective school, family, and community partnerships for improved outcomes. The total grant amount is not to exceed $2,152,800.
any questions about item number 9? All right, hearing none, we'll move to put that on the consent agenda. Item number 10.
Item number 10 is a grant. This is our FY '27 McKinney-Vento continuation grant. The purpose of this grant is to assist with the instructional supports and pupil services for Georgia's homeless children and youth in accordance with the requirements of the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act and policy guidance from the U.S. Department of Education. The total grant amount is not to exceed $3,309,855.
Any questions about item number 10? All right, hearing none, we put that on the consent agenda. Item number 11.
Item number 11 is our FY '27 Federal Formula Grant Allocations, ESSA and IDEA. The purpose of this grant is to award annual formula-based allocations for our federal programs. The total grant amount is not to exceed $1,118,605,905.
Any questions about item number 11? All right, hearing none, we put that on the consent agenda. Item number 12.
Item number 12 is our FY '27 21st CCLC Continuation Sub-Grant Awards. The purpose of this grant is to create out-of-school hours programs that provide academic enrichment opportunities for children, particularly students who attend high poverty and low performing schools, to help them meet state and local academic standards in core subjects. The total grant amount is not to exceed $47,095,769.
Any questions about item number 12? Seeing none, we put that on the consent agenda. Item number 13.
Item number 13 is our FY '27 USDA Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program grant. This is for the period of July 2026 through September 2026. Purpose of this grant is to provide funding to schools to operate the USDA Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program throughout the school year. The total grant amount is not to exceed $865,000.
Any questions for number 13? Seeing none, we'll put that on the consent agenda. And then item 14.
Item 14 is our FY '27 USDA Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program grant. This is for October 2026 through June of 2027. This grant also provides funding to schools to operate the USDA Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program throughout the school year, and the grant amount is not to exceed $5,231,587.
Any questions about item 14? Seeing none, we'll put that on the consent agenda. Number 15.
Item 15 is our 5-year local facilities plans. OCGA 20-2-260C2 requires that the State Board of Education approve all 5-year local facility plans for local school systems to be able to participate in the state's capital outlay program. The listed school systems have completed a new 5-year plan as required by law.
Are there any questions or comments on item number 15? Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Russ, could you send me those in my congressional district?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments on 15? Right, hearing none, we'll move to put that on the consent agenda. Item number 16.
Item number 16 is the authorization to issue 2026 bonds. These bonds will allow the Georgia Department of Education to continue reimbursing school systems for eligible expenditures on approved capital outlay projects, career, technical, and agricultural education approved projects, and state school projects that are included in those plans.
Any questions about item number 16? Hearing none, we'll move to put that on the consent agenda. Item number 17.
Item number 17 is a grant amendment to our completion school, special school support. The purpose of this grant amendment is to add $500,000 to the FY26 grant amount to support the planning for and establishment of Southern Rivers Completion Special School in Zone 4 as allocated by the General Assembly as part of the amended fiscal year 26 budget. The grant amendment is $500,000, which brings the total grant amount not to exceed $2,500,000.
Any questions about item number 17? Yes, Mr. Bell.
This is a line item?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments?
This is the most recent one of the completion schools?
Yes.
And there's still one region, right, that doesn't have one?
Correct.
Two, okay. And that's sort of hope, you're gonna still planning on adding one in each region?
At some point, that is the hope.
I know it's the metro region is one of them, and I know why that was the last one, but.
Item 18 is our building opportunities and out-of-school time Boost 2.0 grants. These grants are intended to support learning acceleration, academic development, connectedness, and well-being of Georgia students utilizing a whole child approach. The total grant amount is not to exceed $14,200,000.
Any questions on item 18? Yes, Ms. Stoffel.
Can I just get some information on what this is? This is new to me. I just don't know anything about it. I'm just curious. I don't know what the Boost, I don't know what that is.
So Matt Cardoza is not here right now. He's at the school safety conference. But essentially, we began the building out of school time opportunity grants during COVID. And so it's run through GSAN's Georgia Statewide After School Network that provides grants and supports to increase after school and after school time tutoring and academic opportunities for students.
And does the grants go to public schools, or does it also like
It's also like
private, like
like
Boys and Girls
after-school
Clubs or
practice,
something?
like YMCA.
Okay.
It is a competitive grant.
It is a competitive grant?
Based on
Okay.
applications?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It was because
Line
of
approved.
federal funds, now there's a state appropriations for it. There was also a press release that went out a few weeks ago about a large private donation that is now helping to supplement this to even reach more, but it is a very competitive grant process, and we're happy to give you more information, the annual report that comes out every year on that. We
I'd
can
just
forward
be,
that over.
yeah, I just did not heard of it and just am interested in it,
Yeah, we can
yes.
get that report for you.
Mhm.
Did you see the list?
Here's the allocation.
Provided?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
So when the press release went out, I asked for a list of all those in my congressional district, and I plan on visiting one or two of them.
Mhm.
Because I'd like to see it too.
Mhm.
and see what's actually being done.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'd encourage y'all to do that too if you have time, so. And Matt Cardoza can help you with a list.
Yeah.
Any additional questions or yes?
At this point, can we just request that he send each of us?
Yes.
Okay,
Send
thank
to
you.
the board.
Appreciate that, thanks.
Anything else on item number 18? Hearing none, we're going to put that on the consent agenda. Item number 19.
Item number 19 is a contract renewal with Voices for Georgia's Children. The contract will provide continuous administration of a competitive grant process for state-funded summer enrichment and after-school program funds. The total contract amount is not to exceed $800,000.
Questions, comments on item number 19?
And so this is the organization that conducts the competitive part of the previous grant? Is that
Yes.
how I'm reading that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Any additional on the item? Hearing none, I'll move to put item 19 on the consent agenda. Item number 20.
Item number 20 is a grant amendment for our Georgia Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program. This grant supports a teaching apprenticeship program to rural school systems by providing funds for coursework and training for apprentices and pre-apprentices in preparation for teacher certification in Georgia. The amount of the grant amendment is a decrease of $114,345 to bring the total grant amount not to exceed $2,513,025.
Questions or comments on item 20?
Why is there a decrease?
We're reallocating because some of the districts have not spent all of their money, and we will open back up in October for more districts to apply for January.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anything else on item number 20? All right, hearing none, we'll move to put that on the consent agenda. Item 21.
Item number 21 is our FY 27 RESA state supplemental funding. Purpose of these funds for RESAs is to support the ongoing implementation of Georgia's systems of continuous improvement in schools and districts. The total funding is not to exceed $7,320,967.
And then questions or comments on item 21?
This is a line item too. Thank you.
Anything additional on 21? All right, hearing none, we'll move to put that on the consent agenda. 22.
Item 22 is our FY 27 RESA federal supplemental funding. Purpose of these funds is for RESAs to support the ongoing implementation of Georgia systems of continuous improvement in schools and districts. And the total funding is not to exceed $6,937,492.
Any questions on item number 22? Yes, Ms. Gilmore.
Dr. Johnson, is there anything you want to share with us regarding this?
Sure. Thank you very much. Well, you know, we have had such an amazing impact with our continuous improvement team process with our RESAs. We really appreciate the partnership where they work mostly around the support with instruction, curriculum and instruction, and common planning while we're working around building effective leadership at the school and district levels. It is a great partnership, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anything additional comments or questions on item 22? All right, hearing none, we'll move to put that on the consent agenda. Moving to item 23.
All right, number 23 is our contract with Gordon Food Service. This contract will allow state schools to purchase food to provide meals and snacks for students. Total contract amount is not to exceed $350,000.
Thank you. Any questions or comments about 23? Matt Gordon.
Layla, this is new, right?
Yes, so we had to change our providers because we piggyback off of 2 different districts, and so that they put those out for bid, and so whoever they choose is who we piggyback off of.
Okay. What was the allocation with before? Is it similar?
Yes, it is almost identical. It's
Okay.
just they got a better price at Gordon, so that's
Okay.
why we're going with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments on item 23? All right, hearing none, we'll move to put that on the consent agenda. Item 24.
All right, item 24 is a contract with Georgia State Finance and Investment Commission. This contract will provide new furniture, fixtures, and equipment for the newly renovated cottages at the Georgia Academy for the Blind. The total contract amount is not to exceed $300,000.
Comments or questions on item 24?
I'm glad to see it.
We're very excited not to
Yeah.
have to put in our 200-year-old furniture in the new cottages.
A new building, old furniture.
Yeah. And we're only gonna move once, so we're gonna keep them where they are until this is in place.
That's great.
Okay.
Any additional comments or questions? All right, hearing none, we'll move to the 24 on the consent agenda. Moving to item 25.
Item 25 is our Smoky Powell Center FY '27 plan and budget. The Smoky Powell Center evaluates visually impaired and/or blind students via the Smoky Powell Center clinics to determine appropriate assistive technology that will assist students in assessing their academics. The amount for the plan and budget is not to exceed $510,000.
Any comments or questions on item 25? All right, hearing none, we'll move that to the consent agenda. And then item 26.
Item number 26 is a contract renewal with Reading and Math, Inc., doing business as AMPAC. The contract renewal will provide high-dosage reading and math tutoring for at-risk students. The Georgia General Assembly appropriated funds in FY '26 budget for the AmeriCorps, Math Corps, and Reading Corps programs. These funds were transferred from the Georgia Department of Community Affairs to the Georgia Department of Education. This total contract amount is not to exceed $3,600,000.
Questions or comments on item 26? Yes, Ms. Sonic.
Who, is this a competitive grant? How, is this a, who gets it? Who gets this?
So, contract.
'Cause
It's a contract with Impact AmeriCorps. It's state budget line item.
It's what?
It's a state budget line item.
Yeah, but
The
who-
General Assembly appropriated it to go to AmeriCorps. They're called Impact.
So then what does AmeriCorps do with it?
AmeriCorps is Impact is through AmeriCorps, so they're the entity.
I can speak to that.
I'm just,
Yeah,
does it
I
go to a
can-
little
I
bit to
can add
every
a little
school
bit.
district or?
So the way that
No,
they
I
do
can
that
add a
is
little
it
bit
comes out
information
as a
to it.
grant, and the districts can select if they want to utilize this as for additional tutoring, in addition to the money that they're already receiving from us from CSI. So, and pretty much that's it. They focus around ELA and also on math skills for the children. And that's
So it's
basically-
districts apply for it
It's
or they,
tutoring.
I'm trying to figure out if it's a competitive grant or a little bit goes to everybody.
Hey.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Allocation.
Can y'all hear
The
me by
allocation,
chance?
that's what I'm.
This is applied through the AmeriCorps for receiving these services.
Hey, this is April. Can y'all hear me by chance?
February from them. Just give me a second. Okay. We have Fulton County, Newton County, Pitt County, the ones that are receiving most of the funds in February. Basically, they have shown very good results. 94.6% of students that have received support for reading have maintained a baseline or improved from the baseline that they have. 63% actually increase higher growth rate expected in reading. In mathematics, 73% of students stay at the baseline or met the baseline, and 35% move faster than that. So last, the impact check until February of this year, they can serve 3,757 students. And through the year, from the beginning from June, July of last year, has been 4,011 students.
So if another district wanted to try to access this program, can they do that?
It's
They can just, okay, it's a competitive thing.
And they must be at the early identified schools. We currently have 13 districts and 107 partner sites.
Okay.
Any additional comments or questions on item number 26? All right, hearing none, we'll put that on the consent agenda. Moving on to item 27.
Item 27 is our contract with College Board Advanced Placement Exams. This contract is to obtain services and products related to the provision of AP exams for public school students in May of 2027. The total contract amount is not to exceed $4,090,954.
Comments or questions on item 27? All right, hearing none, we'll put 27 on the consent agenda. Moving on to 28.
28 is our contract with College Board PSAT and MSQT exams. This contract is to obtain services and products for the fall 2026 administration of the preliminary SAT National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test. The total contract amount is not to exceed $2,083,176.
Any comments or questions on item 28? All right, hearing none, I'm going to put that on the consent agenda. Item 29.
Item number 29 is our FY27 Feminine Hygiene Grant. The purpose of this grant is to provide feminine hygiene products to low-income students. Funds are allocated to the local education agency from a formula based on direct certification and the number of students impacted. The grant amount is not to exceed $1,575,000.
Any comments or questions on item 29?
Yes.
Mr. Donaldson?
I'm curious of how the allocation, is it just a formula?
This is a budget line item.
So the amount is a line item and then it's allocated just based on enrollment?
Yes, poverty, yeah, we see.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Hill is trying to speak online, or switch audio.
Good morning, everyone. I think there's a delay. So the question may have already been answered, but each district receives funds based on the October FTE report of female students in grades 5 through 12. Again, the funds are intended for female students who need the products for school and home use. But I think that may have already been answered, possibly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are
there any additional comments or questions on item business tonight?
Hearing none, we'll put that on the consent agenda. Item number 30.
Number 30 is our school safety pilot program. The purpose of this grant is to provide the identified schools with funds to pilot a program intended to improve emergency response to active shooter situations. The grant amount is not to exceed $550,000.
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
I'm sorry, I'm stop asking questions. So this is a line item, and the districts were identified in the line. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Not going to be negative answer here, but this is my area of focus. So reading this grant and looking at the proposed program, AI and drones do not displace routine grant. And I'll say this because we've incorporated AI and we've incorporated drones in a number of places in my community. And just most recently, you had a shooting in one of those areas. We can actually talk to the people through those camera systems, disperse and all these different things we about. But that doesn't move people. What moves people is when our range is simply the people. And we went in, we took over. That is what stops us, not AI. I support this, but I think it's something that I don't want to see us get caught up in the United States in replacing boots on the ground, well-trained SROs, SWAT teams, and law enforcement agencies with technology. It doesn't work. I'm just sharing that because I've done it and I live it. Even as a city manager, I still carry a gun in the bag. I still legal crime.
But I think that brings up a good point. Is there a, I mean, it is a pilot, and the money is, the districts were identified, so there's not much we can do about it. But is there an evaluation component to it, or is it going to be word of mouth? I mean,
I have to switch it.
Justin, are you on?
I am. Our office is not providing the evaluation of this. This is something that is happening at the General Assembly. They're just selecting the schools, although you may have seen public reporting with one school dropping out. Another one will be identified as a replacement. But we're helping facilitate getting the money to the districts, but we're not providing the evaluation of the pilot program.
We can reach out to contact the general assembly to ask how the programs are doing.
well, I think that's probably, I mean, that's inherent in a pilot program anyway, but that probably, given what your experience has been, it's probably a piece that needs to be in there.
Yeah. And the original intent of the legislation.
Drones and actually. These type of drones, this is not going to be the ones that we're using in our United States military.
So it could have laser painters.
It'll probably be the big cat toy on the football field.
I say this in all seriousness, I had a meeting with one of the apartment owners, incorporated this technology and he was persistent on this is gonna help. And so the third time they brought it up, they put it on my screen and the people were standing there in the complex and he pressed the button and it said, disperse. Those people looked it up and like, where's that coming? I mean, it's a comic. I'm like, why did you waste all this money when we could just hire you all community security?
Well, I would ask, like I said, I get that this is pass-through money, we don't even have any say in the whole thing, but I would recommend that the message get back to the legislators, sponsors of this, that there needs to be a evaluation to it. I think that actually would be a good idea.
Yes.
I'd like to know the original intent of the bill. What is it that they're looking at? So.
Any additional questions or comments on item number 30? Extension, I believe it's in the consent agenda. All right, item number 31.
That's 5250. Are there any questions?
Yes, Mr. Dobbs.
I'd like to know more about the Military Child Education Coalition.
Justin.
I'm online. Mr. Johnson, how can I help you today?
Why don't you tell me about the Military Child Education Coalition?
Well, this organization is more of a national organization, and what we've tried to do is try to find some nonprofit suppliers to help us equip Georgia educators with the needs of military children. And it wasn't really a state supplier, so we really worked with Rachel Lavoie, military student and family specialist, to kind of identify a national vendor that could assist us with developing courses that would equip those educators meeting those needs. You'll see there's 4 different categories. When students are deployed or their parents are deployed, when their service career ends, and all the different concerns there.
Is this going to be training given to all the recents?
No, these are, so for the MHAT menu, these are by request. So I would imagine that the MHAT courses in these 4 areas are probably going to be most important for the communities surrounding Fort Stewart, maybe even Fort Benning, Warner Robins, maybe even Kings Bay.
Okay. Thank you.
So I actually had questions about the same contract. So you're saying it's by request only? At our last board meeting, we had a long discussion about the charter renewal for Liberty County and really a pretty poor attendance rate that they had, and there was a lot of discussion that is military, that the attendance rate has a lot to do with the military there. So it seems to me like that this organization could be a big help in that situation. So can we send them? Can we make sure that they go to Liberty County if Liberty County either doesn't know to ask or whatever? I mean, that's just one situation that came up last month that we knew about, and I saw this and I thought, well, they need to be going there because that's an identified problem area already that we are aware of. I don't know that I want to leave it up to Liberty County to ask for it, and that's the question I have is how is this going to get to the right place and the right issues?
Same with Richmond County.
Well, none of the MHAT courses have a mandatory attendance component, and our office doesn't have that ability. However, we can highly encourage some of our military communities to consider these courses based on your data. But what is interesting is that in the catalog there, prior to today, there were no courses offered to of this kind in our state. And our initial survey of the landscape, I don't think many other states, from a state agency point of view, have brought this to bear in their communities. So this is unique. I'm sure that folks in Liberty County and others, when they find out that these exist, there'll probably be a response to that. And we'll certainly highly encourage that.
Well, I think it's, maybe I'm talking to you too, since you represent Liberty County, but if we approve this contract, make sure that they know about it, so that, because that was a big topic of conversation and a big, you know, their attendance issues have to do with the military, so we need to get them some help.
I plan to link up with them while they're here.
Yeah, when children of military families are like in Dodea schools, they have access to such type of supports. But for us, as in schools, as the families are in our public K-12 space, they just don't. And this is our way to bridge that gap.
And I just think I would encourage you to be as proactive as you can be about bridging that gap. I mean, I represent a metro district, but I'm always astonished at how there's sometimes a disconnect with what the state offers and what the districts know about. Now, I have a more unique issue, I understand that, but I would encourage you to be more proactive in this regard.
We certainly will.
What they desired access as well.
I have a question about the amendment from the Mediation Center of the Coastal Empire. So there's a 34% increase, and we just approved it in February, and the contract ends at the end of June.
Correct. Definitely underestimated the demand signals. The courses that you all approved continued to be of high demand. And I'd say this specific one, interest has risen in Decatur City, Dade County, Rockdale County, about 115 teachers in the virtual space called Georgia Godot Community. Some special teacher-centered sessions, even some for the school safety conference. So really just the courses, high-quality instructors, word of mouth. Educators definitely wanted to have engaging courses that are interested and meet the needs in their communities. And these seem to hit that. And this organization, we've had a relationship with them since 2018. And again, just the name change. It used to be called the Chatham County Safety Net Planning Council, and they merged with Mediation Center, and now Mediation Center is the fiscal agent. But we've had a long-standing relationship with them since 18.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any questions about any other items inside of the board?
I have information on number 5 that was requested. So this was the contract with Lexia Learning Systems that had increased. The FY26 contract provided training for preschool teachers of students with disabilities in 18 locations across the state. The FY27 contract includes 3 distinct services, so an expansion of services, a state success contract to coordinate statewide PL, a cohort of 40 training participants, so an increase in the cohort, and online modules and text for staff providing GNET services. In addition, the contract includes funds to train 14 GNET staff to be facilitators of letters professional learning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, then there are also questions about, you're answering about number 8. Question about funding on, FY27 for the number of sports applications.
That was because there was a decline.
Okay.
And students receiving services.
Thank you. All right, just want to make sure we cleared that up. So I go back to say 8, we'll probably put on the consent agenda, and then we'll go back to 31. Are there any additional questions about any of the items inside number 31? All right, hearing none, we'll go on those on the consent agenda.
Well, except for one, the first item.
Board of Regents.
The Board of Regents.
Yes. Can we get that decision?
We'll look for a separate vote, so of course, because of what we're reporting.
Yes.
I'll need to stay on that one.
Yes.
So all items except for number 1 will go into consent agenda.
Correct.
Russ, question, if it's, because it seems like it's more and more, is when you do this, when you send this out to us, if it is a budget line item, can you notate that on our, even if you just put in parentheses BLI for budget line item? That way, would that help with?
Yeah, I'd like to know that, because
That way.
if it's a line item, there's not a whole lot we can do about it.
Right. We still may have a question about something about it, but if we already know that up front.
Well, I believe that concludes the budget committee.
All right, so you have everything going to the consent agenda except for the one item in 31, and it's the first item, and we'll pull it for a separate vote.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Fennell. All right, we've got about a minute and a half till our next meeting, so. everybody just-
Wow.
Y'all so welcome.
That's right, Mr. Johnson. He's like, you're bossing everybody around. You're welcome.
Thank you, guys.
All of that is in.
Is there anything else other than the budget? That seems to be the most common thing that's going on today. They have that over there.
No, it's a. I got this pause, can it drop? Can I shoot?
Even though I had been in the refrigerator this morning.
That's okay.
Matt, you've got like 4 bottles of water. Like loading up, man. Man, I get it, but you're ready, aren't you? Here we go. Lots of questions. Here comes the fun part.
I'm definitely taking some of these bottles back to my room. Because like this last night, this morning I was like, I need my bottle of water. I know. Every morning I was like, drink a bottle of water. I'm like, yeah. Last night I just soaked it up and drank the tap water. It's fine, but I like my water.
I saw you this morning. You were going to the front door. That's where so I was getting my elevator. I saw you walking. Are you ready for that? Daryl was down.
Again, I'm going to stand behind Stephanie Johnson. We have to ask these hard questions.
Yeah, we got to.
We have to ask these hard questions because that's, as she says, that's all we have. But I mean, I can see it on my phone. This is ridiculous.
You know what? That makes no sense. Did you say anything to her? No, it's not coming
I just sent an email.
Okay, I'm gonna try it again.
I mean, I just tried it again from the email. It's not in the petition. It's not in any of the documents they send on that board item. It's worthless.
I know it. Maybe recalculator. It's coming in, huh?
All right, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Look, good. Life is good. It's so good to see all of you all.
It's not coming in on my phone.
I don't know why I'm getting it in my phone.
Because you needed to get it.
I don't know, because I complained about it in a rather unfortunate email.
But I mean, it was sent
But
out.
it's not coming.
It should be
That
on
same
everybody's,
email,
right?
the same email that's on my, it's the same email on my iPad. I can't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's what you get.
That's what I get.
So I don't understand why I get it, and you, well, like you said, I complained and pitched a fit.
I don't understand it. Nothing. And I closed it out and went back in and still.
But I mean,
nothing.
on my iPad, the same thing that I'm seeing on,
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't
am
get it.
too.
Everybody else is.
The same exact thing that I get. I don't know.
Every county, Peach, APS.
So we're gonna have to. I
All
mean,
the
we're gonna have to take the time to do this because I haven't had a chance.
Nothing.
I haven't had a chance to look at any of this data, and you know,
Nothing.
and you still haven't seen it. So they're gonna have to talk about it, and that's gonna waste time, and everybody else is gonna get mad at me. But I mean, I'm sorry. I think this is what we have. This is, as she said.
How can we make an educated decision on any system when we don't have the proper
But this
information?
is not a rubber stamp.
No, it is
to
not.
reapprove these things. It's not a rubber stamp. It's not. And if a system is struggling, they need to pull back and fit themselves into boxes and learn how to do
What I
it.
recommend you don't close out that because you might get what I'm getting if you close it out.
Well, I know. That's what I'm afraid of. But that's what's so funny. It's just very
Real
weird.
quick, before we unmute online, if you do need to speak for the benefit of our online listeners, if you don't mind going to the podium and speaking to the microphone, that way everyone online can hear. And I'll make an announcement in just a second online so that if anyone online needs to speak, we'll ask them to raise their hand because we have to toggle back and forth. So if someone in the room is speaking, we'll unmute the room. If someone online is speaking, we'll mute the room and let them speak. So
But not the board members, just guests, correct?
Just the guest.
just, it's all or nothing. It's the room or online.
Well, I mean,
So,
going up to the.
just the
podium.
guests need to go
Just
up.
the guests. Okay.
All right. We are unmuted online. For the benefit of our online folks, if you do need to speak, if you don't mind, please raise your hand in Teams, and we will switch over to you. We'll turn it over to Ms. Pitt.
All right, thank you. Mr. Downey, I'll turn it over to you. Ms. Zoller could not be with us today, so you're ready to go.
All right, let's get started with District Flexibility and Charter Schools Committee. We have a rather large agenda today, so we'll start with item 1, which is the Department of Corrections Instructional Program waivers.
Yes,
Ms. Taylor.
the Georgia Department of Corrections is seeking an instructional program waiver to support the implementation and maintenance of its education program for its school-aged population. The official code of Georgia annotated section 42-2-5.1 establishes the Department of Corrections as a special school district, which are the powers, privileges, and authority exercised or capable of exercised by any other school district. The law further states that the Department of Corrections must utilize education standards that adhere to the standards adopted by the State Board of Education while taking into account the overriding security needs of correctional institutions and other restrictions inherent to the nature of correctional facilities. The effect of limited funding on the capability of the Department of Corrections to meet certain school standards and existing juvenile education standards of the Correctional Education Association and the American Correctional Association, which shall be given primary consideration where any conflicts arise. In support of its education program, the Department of Corrections is seeking an instructional program waiver as outlined in State Board Rule 160-1-3-.02, suspensions of rules and laws.
Very good. Does anyone have any questions regarding this agenda item? If there are no questions.
I have a question.
Yes,
Sorry.
Ms. Stockwell.
I'm sorry. So, I understand this. Is this something that they have to do every year? Is this new? What
The
happens?
Department of Corrections has previously worked with other entities to facilitate this education program.
Okay.
So we do this already for DJJ.
Right.
But this is the first time coming forward as the Department of Corrections. They're starting their own education program instead of contracting it.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Got it.
Anything further? Any further questions? If there's no objection, this will go on consent agenda. We'll move to item 2, strategic waiver amendment for Brantley, Lowndes, and Monroe County Schools.
So 3 strategic waiver school systems, Brantley County Schools, Lowndes County Schools, and Monroe County Schools are seeking to amend their current contracts to add a waiver of the limited English proficient program requirements for flexibility in program implementation, to provide language supports and class size compositions that meet their student and staffing needs, by increasing teacher professional learning from their ESL coordinators and reader resources, promoting more ESOL endorsements, and ensuring students' needs are met through the monitoring of the WIDA assessment outcomes for improvements. The Brantley County Board of Education approved their amendment at their April 2026 meeting. The Lowndes County Board of Education approved their amendment at the May 2026 meeting, and the Monroe County Board of Education approved their amendment at the April 2026 meeting.
Any questions regarding this particular agenda item? Ms. Stockwell.
They still have to use the WIDA assessment, right? So
Yes,
it's,
correct.
that's still gonna be their.
Correct.
They still have to maintain that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Any other questions? If there's no objection, this will be placed on consent agenda. We'll move to item 3, charter system, strategic waiver school system amendments for Cartersville City and Turner County.
Cartersville City Schools, a charter system, and Turner County Schools, a strategic waiver system, are both requesting to amend their flexibility contracts to add a college and career academy to their existing contracts. The Turner County Board of Education approved the strategic waivers amendment at their April 2026 local board meeting, and the Cartersville City Board of Education approved their charter system amendment at their April 2026 board meeting.
Any questions, comments, concerns about this agenda item? If there's no objection, this will go on the consent agenda. We'll move to item 4, charter renewals for Douglas County College Career Institute, Newton County College Career Academy, and Rockdale Career Academy.
Yes, 3 college and career academies, Douglas County College and Career Institute, Newton County College and Career Academy, and the Rockdale Career Academy are seeking a renewal of their charter contracts. The Douglas County Board of Education approved the Douglas County College and Career Institute's charter petition at its February 2026 board meeting. During its next charter term, Douglas County College and Career Institute will implement individualized graduation plans to align with each student's coursework, pathway experiences, and post-secondary goals with their chosen college and career pathway, and develop flexible scheduling modeling aligned to these individual graduation plans that allow students to structure their day around work-based learning, dual enrollment, accelerated career diploma, and pathway coursework. The Newton County Board of Education approved the Newton County petition at their March 2026 board meeting, and during its next charter term, the Newton County College and Career Academy will partner with Georgia Piedmont Technical College and the business community to provide career readiness programs and opportunities, implement project-based learning and a STEM structure, and provide opportunities for internships and work-based learning. And the Rockdale County Board of Education approved Rockdale's Career Academy's renewal petition at their April 2026 meeting, and during their next charter term, Rockdale Career Academy will expand dual enrollment opportunities, expand the industry to classroom pipeline to recruit qualified instructors, and enhance support for career and technical student organizations by developing a sustainable funding model that includes both board support and external partnerships. All 3 college and career academies have completed the Technical College System of Georgia's external review and certification process, and if approved, their new contracts would begin on July 1st, 2026, and expire on June 30th, 2031.
Anyone have any questions, comments?
Can we talk a little bit about whether this is a renewal? Can we talk a little bit about whether they met their goals or not? And some of it I've looked at and looks like they have, but.
So yes, they've met their goals on our end. These are renewals. Remember, their goals on our end have to do with their increasing career readiness opportunities for their students, because each of our college and career academies are programs and not set aside or standalone schools. They don't have their individual metrics. Their student metrics go back to their home-based school. So the biggest piece of their renewal portion is have they met those workforce readiness goals and whether they've received that certification from TCSG.
Mm-hmm. And the graduation rate is usually a goal, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, say that again?
The graduation rate, is that?
Again, those individual student metrics go back to their home school, not for the college and career academy.
So it's mostly just their goals have been increased participation?
Their charter contract goals.
Yes.
And
Okay.
opportunities for students, yes.
And they've met that? Okay.
Ms. Kittle.
I just have a comment. If you haven't had an opportunity to visit one of these college and career academies, please do so. It is eye-opening and also encouraging just to see the involvement of the students there and how they're engaged and what they're doing. So if you have an opportunity to go out, I've been to Newton County and Rockdale County. So.
Any further questions, comments, concerns? If there's no objection, this will go on the consent agenda as well. And item 5, Atlanta Public Schools and Peach County Charter System 5-year renewals.
Yes. Atlanta Public Schools and Peach County Schools are each seeking a renewal of their charter system contracts. The Atlanta Public Schools Board of Education approved the charter system renewal petition at its December 2025 board meeting. The system serves approximately 50,000 students across 67 schools with a focus on STEM and personalized learning. During the proposed charter system renewal term, APS will utilize flexibility to support the exploration of specialized and innovative school models that provide meaningful experiences and connections to students' daily lives. Implementation of individualized success plans for every student, and establishment of community hubs in every cluster to ensure families have access to wraparound supports and enrichment opportunities. The Peach County Board of Education approved the charter system's renewal petition at its November 2025 meeting. Peach County serves approximately 4,300 students in 7 schools with a mission for college and career readiness and a vision of learning today, leading tomorrow. During the proposed charter system renewal term, Peach County Schools will utilize its flexibility to expand connections and CTAE offerings at the middle and high schools, to include more courses to help students become college and career ready, and incorporate STEAM, enrichment, fine arts activities at all schools. Implement literacy strategies and intervention based on the science of reading to increase literacy competency skills, and implement a comprehensive induction, mentoring, and aspiring leading program for teachers, administrators, and instructional staff. The Charter Advisory Committee voted unanimously to recommend both APS and Peach County Schools for a 5-year contract. If approved, the new contracts for APS and Peach County would begin July 1st, 2026, and expire on June 30th, 2031.
All right, do we have any questions, comments, concerns about this, Ms. Stockwell?
So I'm going to recommend first that we need to take each of these separately. I don't know if anybody else can see it, but I cannot see the test score data on my iPad.
Yeah, mine is blank as well.
I didn't get it.
Mine-
After talking
yeah,
with Stephanie,
mine's blank.
or Tiffany this morning, I can get it on my phone. But I couldn't get that yesterday, so this is the first time that I'm actually seeing these. Is somebody from Atlanta City here? I don't want to take these, I want to take these individually. I don't want to take these as a group. Because I'm just having to look at individually their progress.
Yes, so we
Right now,
have
'cause I can't see it.
APS, the Superintendent, Dr. Brian Johnson, is online, and Ms. Carolyn Barnett, the Senior Advisor to the Superintendent, is here in person. Any questions you may have?
So, given the fact that I can't really tell, I'm looking at this literally right now. and I'm having to look on my phone. Tell me how your progress in meeting your goals. That's, because the charter contract is about whether you are making improvements. And I'm gonna look while we're talking.
Melanie, you wanna look at mine? I have bigger. You're welcome.
As a reminder, in addition to the,
Okay.
offerings that are provided for each system in terms of their performance, you also have the letter from the Charter Advisory Committee that explains their rationale for their recommendations as well. So to make sure you
Now we
get to
lost
see
it
that
again.
as well as you want to.
Okay.
And Tiffany, that's in response to the state board's request that they include more details that was sent over last month in their recommendation, correct?
This is correct.
I mean,
So they're.
it wasn't much, but, I mean, I did see that, but it's not. So it's looking, so I'm briefly looking at, I'm doing Atlanta City right now. So just a brief look at what I'm seeing, you are making improvements. Pretty much across the board. I would like to ask you about is there a correlation between your graduation rate, which is pretty high, actually, and better than the state average, and your absentee rate, which is pretty high and is above the state average. So you're graduating your students at a really good rate, but there's still a very high absence rate.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carolyn Barnett. I am the Senior Advisor to the Superintendent, Policy and Governance. I do believe Dr. Brian Johnson and Tommy Usher, our Deputy Superintendent for Academics, are online. Mr. Usher or Dr. Johnson, if you would like to come off to respond to that, or I can.
Good morning, Carolyn. This is Tommy Usher on the line. Please repeat the question for me. I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the performance data from Atlanta City School System, and I'm just interested in your comments on this. I'm seeing, in general, you're making improvements across the board, but I'm specifically interested in your graduation rate, which is very high, and it's higher than the state average, which is good. But your absentee rate is also high at 31%, which is higher than the state average. So I'm trying to figure out how you're graduating your students at a really high rate, but nobody's attending school. So I'm interested in that little there's an interesting correlation there.
Yes, ma'am. Sure thing. And thank you for that question. And so one of the strategies that we're using across all of our schools is that we have whole child teams in every school. And on that whole child team, we have our social workers, our counselors, our school teachers, the assistant principal, and the principals are on these teams. And so particularly as it relates to our high school, the whole child team is responsible for tracking every single student and finding out what is the barrier for ensuring that those kiddos are in school, and going out, making home visits, talking with parents, using our social workers, and getting our students back in school. And while we are not satisfied with our attendance rate, that whole child team is definitely responsible for getting as many of our kiddos back in school and assigned to the right services as possible on a daily basis. And we check that weekly as a district team to see how many of our students at every single high school are in school receiving instruction. And so we do think that a part of that is the fact that we've been able to find as many kids as we can, remove barriers, get them in school, and get them caught up in their programs. And so that's part of what we're seeing.
Well, that definitely seems to be working at the high school level, because your graduation rate is improved, and it's a very positive graduation rate. It's higher than the state average. So, and I hear what you're saying, that you're kind of focusing some of your efforts on high school. But now it seems like that you may need to move back down into the lower grades to address this high absentee rate.
Yes, ma'am.
I
So
mean,
we
it's a
do
third
have
of your
whole child
students
team.
that's
Yes.
missing 10 days.
Yes, ma'am, you are correct. We do have whole child teams in our K-12 space. We have them at the elementary, middle, and high school. There has been some intentional focus at the high school level, and we can do a better job of looking more deeply at the elementary and middle as well.
Okay, well, that's just that was an interesting correlation of data to me. But otherwise, I'm fine with renewing your contract because you're generally making improvements all the way across the board.
Thank you.
I just want to see a upward trajectory all the time.
Yes, and that will be an intentional, and has been an intentional focus. I think across the board, you see that attendance is a challenge for many districts. And so for us, that does raise a level of intentionality when it comes to our elementary, middle. We're really being intentional when it comes to high school, but really our focus will move forward as we think about elementary schools. They cannot get themselves to school. How do we ensure that we're encouraging our entire community to look at what does it look like when it comes to our community and our children, getting them to school, ensuring that when they get to school, we have people there to meet them happy and safe.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, the graduation rate so I think it looks like you've done some good things at the high school level for sure. Okay, I'm good.
Does anybody else have any more comments? Atlanta Public Schools, yes.
That's about
Ms. Kendall.
Atlanta.
Yeah. I was looking at the charter petition application, and in the section essential and innovative features included in the current contract, the third short name, the build out and developing work of the new Center for Equity and Social Justice, and I see on here implementation status fully implemented. Could you give us more information concerning this particular item? I just want to make sure it doesn't cross the line of House Bill 1084.
So with that program, that has developed into one department, really thinking about our policies for our students, equity when it comes to discipline. And so this year, that department will now fall under Mr. Tommy Usher in the academics area, really ensuring that when you think about all of Atlanta Public Schools students, we're thinking about them in the best light. How can we ensure that our students are graduating, thinking about restorative justice? And so that department will now move under the deputy superintendent and should not interfere with any grade hospitals.
Okay, because when I saw that, I been getting a lot of emails from other parents in other districts regarding something similar. And I just want to make sure that it's out there in the open and that every child will be able to get a quality education regardless of ethnicity, demographics, whatever. And I want to make sure that this doesn't interfere with the implementation of House Bill 1084, protecting students first act.
All right. Any further questions or comments regarding Atlanta Public Schools? We'll move on to Peach next with the same item. Okay. So the same item, but now Peach.
Yes, I believe we have Dr. Davis with Peach County Schools and Ms. Lainey Hudson, Director of Student Services.
Yes, ma'am, we're here. Dr. Davis is not. He is sick and was not able to attend. Ms. Rose Powell is here with me, though.
Good morning, everyone.
Anyone have
Dr.
any
Davis.
questions regarding Peach County?
So, again, kind of while I'm trying to read this on my phone, if you could tell me your, what kind of progress you've made on your charter goals.
We have met all of our charter goals and we are on the same path, the trajectory moving forward. Attendance is something that we continue to work towards. We have created an attendance team at the district level that involves all schools. While our attendance has decreased, our attendance problem has decreased, we continue to work with parents and seeing what we can do to get them back in school.
Okay, yeah, that's, okay, I see that too. Yeah, your attendance rate's still kind of high, but it is starting to come down. So I would encourage you to continue to focus on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions, comments regarding Peach County? All right, so this agenda item included Atlanta Public Schools and Peach County, and we're going to move this to consent agenda if there's no objection.
So you had asked for a separate vote, but still want a separate vote?
I mean,
Okay,
kind
does
of.
any-
If there's a
any-
question,
mean,
then we should.
Yeah.
I don't-
We'll just-
So
let's just
we'll
move
pull
that.
five for a separate vote.
Separate vote.
Okay?
And a point of order also, she requested that they be split out.
Yeah, I think there's no.
We do a 5 and a 5A, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
that way that.
Yeah, 5A, 5B.
Yeah.
I just don't-
An issue with one and not the other.
Right.
Yeah.
I just don't think that these are too
Should not be
important
grouped.
things to collapse them like that. And they shouldn't be treated the same. They're all individuals and their contracts are individuals to their district. So I just don't see how you can collapse them.
All right, so we'll pull that particular item for a separate vote, but then we're going to break it up into 5A, 5B.
Yes. So you want both schools for a separate, or both systems for a separate?
Both
vote?
systems will be a separate vote, yes. And so we will then move on to item 6 on the agenda, which is charter system renewals for Randolph, Stevens, and Terrell counties.
Randolph County Schools, Stevens County Schools, and Terrell County Schools are each seeking a renewal of their charter system contracts. Randolph County Board of Education approved the system's renewal petition at its November 2025 board meeting. Randolph County serves approximately 600 students across 3 schools and is focused on a unified community with technology integration, career pathways, and strong community ties. During the proposed charter system renewal term, Randolph County Schools will utilize their flexibility to partner with local colleges to ensure students are college and or career ready, provide a summer academy for teachers to enhance teacher knowledge and skills, implement a district-wide plan for teacher recruitment, and expand its CTAE graphic arts program through community involvement and partnerships. The Stevens County Board of Education approved the charter system's renewal petition at its November 2025 board meeting. Stevens County Schools serves more than 3,900 students across 6 schools and is focused on critical thinking, academic success, and community partnerships. During the proposed charter system renewal term, Stevens County Schools will utilize its flexibility to develop targeted, high-quality interventions and approaches for students who are academically struggling and advanced students, to revise high school offerings to better prepare students for success in technical schools and colleges, and to develop performance-based assessments to determine career readiness, soft skills, and technology. The Terrell County Board of Education approved the charter system's renewal petition at its November 2025 board meeting. Terrell County Schools serves approximately 950 students in 3 schools and aims to provide high-quality education in a safe, supportive environment. During the proposed charter system renewal term, Terrell County Schools will utilize flexibility to implement a teacher development program to financially incentivize identified teachers and further make their classrooms model environments that can be used to improve instruction for all teachers, expand academic and career pathway options for students by partnering with Commodore Conyers College and Career Academy and surrounding technical colleges, and restructure connections courses at the middle school to both support and align to pathways offered at the high school level. The Charter Advisory Committee voted unanimously to recommend Randolph County Schools, Stevens County Schools, and Terrell County Schools for 3-year terms, 2 years guaranteed with a 1-year automatic extension if they meet their performance goals. If approved, the new contracts for Randolph, Stevens, and Terrell would begin July 1st, 2026, and expire on June 30th, 2028, with the option of a 1-year automatic extension if they meet their performance goals.
All right. Does anyone have any questions regarding this agenda item, number 6?
Sorry.
Ms. Stockwell?
So first of all, I can't do these as a group. You gotta look at them separately. So I'm gonna recommend that to start with. And I'm just now looking at this on my phone because I could not look at it on my iPad before. And I'm looking right now at Randolph. That's just the one I pulled up first. And I have a question that maybe somebody more with assessments can talk to me about. But what it looks to me like is Randolph, their students are making content mastery, but they're declining in progress. So that tells me that they meet the basic level, but they're not going any farther. I might be totally reading that wrong, and I'm very happy for somebody else to talk to me about
Ms.
that.
Taylor, do we have anyone here from Randolph County, either in the room or on the?
I believe Dr. Madge was going to be on hand for Randolph County. Is Randolph County online?
Yes, we're online.
Can you
hear us?
Yes. Thank you for joining us today.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Stockwell, did you have some?
So your students, it looks to me like from what I'm seeing, and I may be reading it wrong, but it looks to me like in both literacy and math, your students are improving. They're hitting content mastery. They're succeeding at that level, but the progress line continues to go down for all grade levels. So I don't know that I understand it exactly, but so the way I understand that, and I totally admit that I might be wrong, is that you can get students, you're getting them to a very base level, but you're not getting them beyond that. But I'm happy for somebody to tell me I don't understand that right.
Can you hear us?
We can.
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah.
We can.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Okay. Okay, yes. Yes, ma'am, you're correct. If you will notice that since the onset, or 2022, up until now, 2025, each of our schools have had significant gains, as you stated, in content mastery, as well as we've had some gains in readiness. Oftentimes, there's been a point in which, in some of those years, in which our content mastery gains increased by so much, the next year, even though it may have went up, it's hard to meet the progress because you've had such large gains in content mastery at any given time. I'm not really sure that it could be anything other than that.
Oh, that makes sense to me. Like I said, I fully admit that I may not be reading this right. I know you want to explain something a little bit more?
Yes, ma'am. For the progress component, we use a growth model called student growth percentiles. And that's essentially how much progress students make relative to academically similar students. So it's entirely possible to see any combination of content mastery and progress. So if you see increasing content mastery, like you said, that means that more students are gaining higher levels of proficiency. But if progress is declining or lower, that means that even though they're meeting achievement levels, they're not growing as much as academically similar students.
But what she said makes sense too, that because some of these gains in content mastery were pretty high.
Yeah, and so you would see that in the closing gaps component where we compare achievement levels with progress. Even high achieving students can still demonstrate all levels of growth.
Okay, that makes sense. So I'm looking, again, just this quick look that I've just had on these test score information. It looks to me like Randolph has met its goals.
Yes,
So-
ma'am, that is correct. We have met all of our goals. We've met goals in content mastery, readiness, as well as graduation rate. And we've met our goals for our innovative features and essentials.
And so is this was a 3-year recommendation? Why would it be a 3-year, not a
Yes, ma'am,
5-year?
you guys stated that it was a 3-year recommendation.
Why is it a 3-year, not a 5-year?
We're ending a 5-year term.
But why would you not renew it for another 5 years like everybody else?
The Charter Advisory Committee.
We intended to renew it for 5 years. I think your recommendation is for 3 years. Is my understanding.
Three-year contract renewal for Randolph County Schools that has shown inconsistency in results for students over the course of the current contract. The Lexile scores in elementary school have increased, while middle and high school scores have declined substantially. And their workforce readiness scores were well below the state average and were cause for concern. That was from the committee.
Can you
That's not
repeat
what
that
I
one more
see.
time?
Okay. What do you think, Randolph County? Would you rather have a 3-year or 5-year? What do you think you deserve?
We would rather have 5.
Of course it would.
So,
I don't
Mr.
understand
Donald,
that. That's not what I
please.
see.
if I may,
Yes.
you know,
please.
give us some insight in what the Charter Advisory Committee does, you know, exactly. Like, you give us the process that they go through, and give us some insight into the process they do to bring these recommendations to us.
So the process for the charter renewals are that there's obviously a petition that is provided. There's then, after the petitions are reviewed, if they are deemed completed, then there are interviews that are conducted with each of the systems. Interviews are usually done with a cross-functional team from across the agency, as well as we try to get members from the Charter Advisory Committee on the cross-functional teams as well. After the interviews, the Charter Advisory Committee comes together, reviews all of the information as a group. The Charter Advisory Committee, if I can remind you, is an appointed group that is appointed. There are 3 members that are appointed by the State Board Chair. There are 3 members that are appointed by the Lieutenant Governor. There are 3 members that are appointed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and 3 members appointed by the Governor. And so that group then comes together during their meetings, which are typically quarterly or every other month, to review the petitions and make a determination on renewals.
Thank you.
And Ms. Stockwell will be joining that committee.
I've got a quick follow-up.
I just
on
don't
the-
see
the-
that.
The Charter Advisory Committee. So just to sort of piggyback on what Mr. Donaldson was asking, what are they looking at? Right, specifically, what data do they have? When they are making their recommendations to us, are they doing the fine-tooth comb kind of?
They're looking at similar data that you were looking at. They're going through their petition to look at what has been completed as a part of their previous contract. And then they're looking at the petition of what it is that they're looking to do in their current contract.
Can you elaborate to the extent that you know what the point of the Charter Advisory Committee is? I mean, I know it's in statute, right? But because it seems like there's some redundancy that's happening. And I'm trying to figure out why we're having these involved meetings if we have this committee that it is statutorily required with subject matter experts that's doing all this work for us, and then we're having to have these meetings. What is the purpose of the CAC?
The purpose of the Charter Advisory Committee is that they provide both recommendations. It is their job to provide recommendations on charter school and charter system petitions and renewals. And they also provide recommendations on any new policies related to charter schools or charter systems, or amended policies related to charter schools or charter systems.
Okay, now that I'm looking at the scores again, I see where the Charter Advisory Committee is coming from, so. If you want to address Randolph County, if you want to address your middle and high school issues, if you have anything to say about that, that's fine, otherwise I'm ready to move on.
Any further questions or comments regarding Randolph?
Okay, we do want to address the literacy, the readiness in secondary, middle and high, because what's happening now, in our secondary, we will have a literacy coach in place to help carry some of those same high leverage practices into the middle and high school ELA classrooms. We'll be following some of the same procedures that we have put in place in the elementary school that have been successful for us. That will be small group instruction based on need. That will not just be randomly grouped. We have a curriculum in place in 6th grade. Bookworms is now in place in our 6th grade classrooms. 7 through 12 has ELA, HMH, so they also have an approved curriculum. That is new for us. That's a very big deal for us because we're pushing out consistency from K through 12 now. We're focusing on increasing Lexile levels. Students are too. So that's no longer just district and teachers, that's students as well, tracking themselves through their Lexile growth. Now we're going to be using, which we have this year, Beacon K through 8. We'll continue that practice as well. That has helped us tremendously address deficits, look at areas of needs, regroup. We do not give it the standard 3 times per year. We give it 4 times per year. That way our groups are constantly changing and they're being served with what they need. A change for us next year, we have had a mirror in the elementary building, K3, and we did add it, K5 in the elementary building this year, and next year the middle school is going to take it as well. So we're going to go K8 with a mirror. We're hoping by bringing those practices in place, we'll continue to increase and have the growth and the content mastery that we're looking for.
Any further follow-up with Randolph County questions?
Thank you.
All right. Hearing none, we can move on to Stevens County.
For Stevens County, we have Dr. Connie Franklin, Superintendent, Mr. John Stiff, Deputy Superintendent, and Mrs. Brent Tuck, Assistant Superintendent. I believe they are online virtually.
I'm in the room. I'm the superintendent.
Yes, Dr. Franklin. Come up here, Dr. Franklin.
Does anyone have any questions, comments from Stevens County? Yes, Ms. Stockton.
So, again, I have not had time to study these score reports because I'm kind of looking at them this morning, but it looks to me like your lines are kind of going down all across the board. And I don't know, I mean, again, to be a charter system, it's an agreement that we're going to improve to have flexibility, and you're not improving, or it doesn't appear that way, and I'll give you a chance to tell me why. So I don't understand. Sometimes I believe very strongly that it might be better to pull back, just follow the rules exactly until you can get your system back online. And I don't support extended flexibility in that regard. So I will give you a chance to respond, though, because it does look like from the past, since 2023, you've pretty much gone down in all areas.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to share about our school system. I have been with Stevens County about 4 years. And so when I came to Stevens County, all of our schools were structured in a very unique way. Meaning our 4 elementary schools, we had one school that was just pre-K and kindergarten, and then they transitioned to another school that was just 1st and 2nd grade, and then they transitioned to another school that was just 3rd and 4th grade, and then they transitioned to another school that was just 5th grade, and then they went to the middle school and then the high school. So what we found was there was no consistency of practice. Our students were making gains, but they weren't continuing with those gains because they were in a new environment with new teachers, new administration. And so we set out immediately to try to rectify that. It is not something that can be corrected in 1 year. We've been working on it for 3 years. With our school governance teams, we have met with each of them to get their support for making this change because it was a huge change. We met with our school governance teams, we met with community, we had town hall meetings, we met with our teachers. And so we took a year just to get feedback from them and to see what our next steps needed to be. And then last year we started that restructuring process. While in that restructuring process, the literacy bill came, and so we got on that immediately. All of our teachers, while the bill requires K-3 teachers to be trained in science of reading, we did K-5. All of our elementary teachers are K-5 trained in science of reading to prepare for this restructuring. We also adopted our new literacy curriculum and implemented that last year for the first year. Unfortunately, we don't have data for this year. But what we do have for this coming year is all of our schools have been restructured, and they will all be pre-K through 5th grade schools. So they will have that consistency of practice. We put academic coaches, literacy coaches for each of our schools, a math coach for each of our schools. And although we don't have literacy data for this year, if you look at our math data, you will see the increases that have happened. We believe you're going to see that in literacy because not only do we not, although we don't have that data, but what we did do was we put benchmarks in place. So we don't have ELA data for this year, but we do have our benchmark data for this year. And we are seeing the growth, and we put that benchmark data in from kindergarten all the way through high school, and we've been benchmarking them. We did 3 times this year. Our Miss Tuck, who is our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, she has met with all those grade level teams to look at the data, to readdress any situations or any standards that needed to be retaught. She's gone back in and worked with all of our teachers and provided professional learning, vertical teaming, as well as horizontal with our schools. And I want to give her an opportunity to speak to this also. But although we don't have this year's data to show that, I have our preliminary data in front of me, and it is very promising. And it is showing 10 out of 14 assessments increased their percentage of proficient or above. We have increases 6%, 9%, and of course this is preliminary data for us because we don't have official data from this past school year. But we are very excited about the growth that we're seeing, and we believe we're on the right path, but we had to address something that was a huge situation that had to be addressed, and it's been a mammoth project, and but we've done it, and we're excited about what the future looks like for Stephens County. Ms. Tuck, if you want to speak to something.
Well, good morning. I wish that you could see the preliminary data. I'm just going to go through the preliminary data. According to our data analysis, we've increased for the 2026 milestones by 6% in 4th grade math, 4% in 5th grade math. This past year was the first year to have a math coach. I think that has been a huge help for us. 5% in 5th grade science, 5% in 7th grade math, 9% in 8th grade science.
Okay. Not need to be sharing right now. Okay. So thank you.
Mr. Griffin.
Yeah, Superintendent, thank you for being here. So let me ask this question. The work that you went through with the CAC to make this determination and bring this recommendation to us for this 2+1 term renewal, you provided all this information to them as well?
We did.
And you've been through this gauntlet already?
Yes, we were not aware it was going to be a 3-year recommendation. We're fine with, we understand that we had work to do. We feel like we have addressed all of those things. So we are of course, we're gonna do whatever we need to do. We weren't aware it was gonna be a 3-year recommendation, but we are happy to do whatever we need to do.
Thank you. Any further?
Thank you, I appreciate that, that information.
Any further questions, comments, concerns? Thank you for joining us today. Did you have anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. And then Terrell County.
Yes, we have Dr. Shrika Hardy.
Hello. How are you? All right. Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns related to Terrell County?
I'm sure I do, I just haven't had a chance to look at the data yet. So if you wanna look till I haven't been able to see this test data until this morning. And I can only see it on my phone and it's tiny, because my eyes are old.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Sharika Hardy. I am the superintendent of Terrell County Schools. We're located in Southwest Georgia. I began my tenure as superintendent on July 1st, 2025. One of the major tasks that was given to me from the start was to ensure that we were prepared for the renewal process for our charter. The board members, school and district leaders worked together to prepare accurate information to petition the charter for a renewal. We have been recommended for a 3-year renewal and we are grateful. During the 5-year period, Terrell County was granted the charter petition, their last charter petition. Several things happened in our community and the world, but those things did not get in the way of the hard work that people put in to ensure that school continued from 2021 through 2025. Our team did the best we could to salvage and report the results, and those results are in the report. You will see that we have increased the graduation rate. Although some people look at the graduation rate and think that we're just pushing students out into the world with inadequate education, in Terrell, we like to look at it as if we are ensuring that no child leaves school without an opportunity to find their right path. So that percentage does not necessarily mean every student walks across the stage and receives a Terrell County High School diploma. It may mean that we're providing them access to a program that gives them their best chance at a high quality of life. You will see that our attendance data is improving, and that is because during the early years of the charter, there were some challenges with students coming to school. However, now that things are back to normal, we have an increase in student attendance. You will also see that our academic data is not where we want it to be. But if you look at the things that we've asked for in our charter, all of those things address our major issues with Tier 1 instruction. It is difficult to recruit high-quality educators in rural Southwest Georgia. We have to build our own. The Terrell County school system will start a teaching as a profession pathway this year. We have applied for the Prepare Apprenticeship Program. We're trying to ensure that we provide a path for any student or any member of our community who wants to become a teacher, that they can do that by being a part of our community. We also have healthcare. If you know anything about rural Southwest Georgia, if anything happens on Highway 82, going towards Alabama, it may be an hour before you get adequate healthcare. And those are serious concerns for us. So we will be starting a healthcare pathways in Terrell County. I have asked that we try to offer competitive salaries for CTAE or industry professionals who come to work in our schools. I've also asked for leadership development. Coming into our district, I do not have leaders who are ready to lead. A few weeks ago, we celebrated educators who are retiring. One, 41 years, another 40 years, 34 years, 30 years. These people have put in their hard work, but we have to make sure we have succession plans where people are ready to leave and not just put in positions where they are trying to figure it out while they leave. There is one thing in the report that I feel the need to address to our committee today. It's quoted that teachers reported that they felt like they were drinking from a fire hose. And with the new administration, that is somewhat true. When I came in, ESSER funds had been used previously to hire additional people. If you look at our enrollment, we lost over 300 students in the course of 5 years. So for a middle school with 200 students, I could not justify having 18 teachers. Teachers were accustomed to teaching one subject, one grade level, and this particular year, I had to reduce the number of teachers because we weren't earning those. With funding and mandates and things of that nature, we had to make some tough calls coming into my administration, but we have provided the support and we are ready to lead this district to the next level. So if you could please grant us the 3-year renewal, I am grateful, and I'm sure that the board, our teachers, our leaders in our community will be grateful.
Thank you. When did you come on board as super?
July 1, 2025.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
What flexibilities are you using in your charter? Like, what is it that you think you need as a charter, flex, to be flexible?
In past years, they waived the teacher requirement, the teaching certification requirement. We want to limit that to our CTAE and ensure that we have qualified, certified individuals teaching core content areas. That is important. The flexibility that it was wonderful. However, we need to make sure that people who are standing in front of our students are qualified or working to be qualified to teach our students. We also had flexibility with our calendar. We're going back to a 180-day calendar with built-in digital learning days to provide time for teachers to have PL on many of the initiatives that are being rolled out from the state. We also had some that we didn't need the charter for, but they were in there, such as work-based learning opportunities for students. So we're revamping how we do CTA.
So why do you need a charter flexibility contract? Because if all you needed is for the certificate waiver, that can be an individual waiver that you could do.
Correct, and that was the way the old charter was written. For this particular charter application, we crafted it in a different way so that we could be strategic in how we use our staff members to build a succession plan for leaders. We want to have our teachers build model classrooms to improve tier 1 instruction. We also want to change the way we do our intervention supports. And so those are just 3 of the reasons why we are needing this.
Okay.
Any further questions? Mr. Donaldson?
Margaret, I'd just like to commend you for making the tough decisions. You know, when ESSER was released, I was really concerned about districts adding staff and paying for staff with ESSER. And now we're seeing that because the money stopped and budgets are under constraints. So I appreciate you making the hard decisions, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments related to Terrell County? Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate that. If there's no objection, this item in whole will be placed on the consent agenda, or, okay. We'll pull it for separate vote. We'll divide it up, 6A, 6B,
yes,
6C.
please pull it into separate schools.
And so we'll move on to item 7, which is Bibb County Schools and Richmond County Schools strategic waiver. So let's start with Bibb County.
Yes. During the course of the current contract, Bibb County Schools implemented a standardized data protocol to inform instruction and strengthen teacher support by building a coherent data infrastructure and culture, establishing common analysis routines, and aligning coaching and professional learning to evidence of student need. They implemented evidence-based, data-driven strategies, including science of reading aligned instruction, a district-aligned curriculum, formative assessment systems for targeted intervention, and a portrait of a graduate framework that connects academic outcomes to workforce competencies. And they implemented a district-wide attendance monitoring system focused on reducing chronic absenteeism by using timely data to trigger early supportive interventions. These efforts have contributed to growth as evidenced by improving scores in content mastery, literacy, and numeracy, and a reduction of the percentage of students identified as chronically absent. As a reminder, their high school was under a one-year contract term, and they are, if approved, being recommended for a 2-year contract with an automatic 2-year extension if they meet their performance goals. We'll put them on track with the strategic waiver systems.
All right, I see we have Dr. Sims here from Pitt County. If you'd like to come up, just kind of tell us what's happening down in Macon. Right across the street from me.
Thank you so much, and good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
I want to put this log roll right here first, which represents some of our banners that we just received as a result of the work that has recently happened, and we're really proud of that work. If you recall, last year, we came before you in reference to progress that we had made in anticipation of potentially a 5-year waiver, and we were granted an additional 1-year waiver. But at that time, we brought evidence of progress. Here we are yet again, bringing evidence of progress. And as I look at our particular CCRPI data, out of 11 areas, we show progress in 9 out of those 11 areas, with the only exceptions being closing gaps in our elementary schools and then readiness at the middle school level. And as was just mentioned, a lot of those innovations and practices have led to us coming to you a 2nd year, having shown notable progress. I'll also say in terms of our attendance, last year this time we were at a 27.5% chronic absenteeism rate. We come to you now having gotten that down to 22.6. Our goal was 15%. We wanted to get it down at least about 10 or 11 percentage points. But we're proud of that move, and we feel very confident about the efforts that we put in place, not only to continue to decrease that, but make sure that school is more meaningful for everyone. And even if students are absent from school, that they have the opportunity to make up their work in a meaningful way and make up those attendance days missed as soon as possible, not just to come to school for an attendance rate, but to come to school for an attendance rate and to make up the missed work and ensure that you have all the learning that was missed on said days. I know the question may not be posed during this time frame, but since I have the mic, if you were to ask me, would I prefer a 2-year over a 5-year, I'm going to vote for the 5-year all day long. But I say that meaningfully because, again, last year we came here and we spoke about our progress and we got nods. I'm back again speaking to the progress. And what you see is a level of momentum that's not based on hope, but based on practices and strong people put in place. And I can't wait until next year. And I wish we could talk a little bit about our data. We're very prominent, we're very pleased about what we preliminarily see in that space. And it's just evidence of the work that has been happening across the board for the district, not just for our federally identified schools, but since we're talking about those schools in particular as a function of this waiver and that data that we look at, that is where we are most proud of the progress that has been made. And we look forward to more of these banners to come as a result of significant progress that will continue to be made in our schools.
Thank you, Dr. Sims. Does anyone have any questions or comments related to Bibb County? Ms. Stockwell.
I definitely see that you've made improvement, and I do think that's the point of the 1-year waivers, that if nothing else, we see it. So, yeah, tell me, what is it that you need from your charter system? Why do you need a charter system contract to continue to improve?
Well, the strategic waiver.
The strategic waiver, sorry, yeah.
So again, those are critical, and I'll say the same thing I actually said last year. I can't imagine being in a situation where we did not have the strategic waiver. If we didn't have the flexibility, as an example, for certification, we have not a significant amount, but a moderate amount of emerging educators, as we call them, waiver teachers. And being able to put a viable adult we can train and develop in that space around other certified teachers, it has proven to be beneficial. As it relates to all things related to, I'm thinking of limited English proficiency. That particular waiver helps us out as well. All things concerning attendance, those waiver requirements help us out. And as it relates to graduation, we've been able to demonstrate a level of flexibility in that, kind of going back to the question you asked Atlanta Public Schools, while we have attendance challenges in our high schools, that waiver has allowed us to be more flexible in terms of ensuring students have access to credit accrual in the same quality manner as the brick and mortar, and in some cases, a hybrid model. A good example is that we've established what we call an in-school academy. And for those cases where we have students absent in the high school space, they now can adopt a hybrid model where there's attendance in the brick and mortar, attendance virtually, which combines itself to make a comprehensive experience for those students as well. So you might see, if you were to dig under the hood and see some of our schools with higher attendance issues, that in-school academy model has helped out a great deal. And that is directly tied to this waiver. So just to provide a few examples.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Any follow-up? Ms. Kittle?
Are you up to date on your audit as we're looking at all of that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we've already had the presentation before the board as well, as is required.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Any further questions, comments, follow-up, Bibb County? Thank you, Dr. Sims.
So nobody's going to ask me 5 versus 10.
Thank
you so much.
If you want, I mean, we could.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so that's Bibb County, so let's move to Richmond County.
Richmond County is also operating under a 1-year contract term. During the course of their current contract, Richmond County Schools developed a data analysis protocol for instruction and teacher support using research-based protocols from the National School Reform faculty. They hired a dedicated central MTSS coordinator, 4 grade-level MTSS program specialists, and school-based MTSS specialists to guide tiered intervention structures, strengthen early literacy and language development through the Science of Reading training for pre-K through 5 educators, dedicated structured literacy coaches in CSI elementary schools, and district-wide literacy and language platforms supporting reading, writing, and speaking growth. They also formed a centralized multidisciplinary attendance review team to evaluate systemic gaps, manage a living action plan, and conduct formal on-site reviews to assess and strengthen school-level operations, and held a community-wide town hall with local partners to focus on chronic absenteeism. These efforts have contributed to student growth as evidenced by improving scores in content mastery and literacy and numeracy, and the system believes that its investments and commitment to reduce chronic absenteeism will soon result in a reduction of its chronic absenteeism rate. Richmond County Schools is also being recommended for a 2-year contract with an automatic 2-year extension if they meet their performance goals. And I believe we have on hand Superintendent Melinda Cobb.
We also have our board chair, Michigan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you all for joining us.
Do you wish to talk, or do you want to ask any questions? I'll make sure
Talk.
it's relevant for you.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead. Yeah, go
Great.
ahead.
Thanks for the opportunity to come back before you. We had the pleasure of seeing you guys in Atlanta last year. So we've been hard at work. I was named superintendent on August 14th, and we have just been running. We have our board chair here with us, Ms. Shonda Stovall. We have made gains in a lot of areas, so we're excited about that. We've met all of the targets that we had set before us with our 1-year goal. Two areas we know we still want to work on is the closing gaps, and so part of what our data teaches us is that we need to be more mindful and very strategic about looking at student groups, not just our all students moving forward, but our all students in each student group moving forward at the same rate. So that's something we've been really working on. In the area of chronic absenteeism, it's tough. It is a tough cultural shift to talk about changing the way that you've been living and experiencing school for a long time. We're excited. We reduced that by the 3.2%, but we've had to really use this year to really understand why our chronic absentee rate is high. So it is not where we want it to be. We want to continue to work. We look forward to being able to show that growth in the future. But we've also had to think outside the box. So we did some out-of-the-box things like this year for second semester. We partnered with the Boys and Girls Club, and we said, all right, kids who are suspended out of school for 10 days, typically for fighting, but whatever led them there, they're able to go over to the Boys and Girls Club. They participate in activities where it's around whatever caused their suspension. Is it anger management? Is it conflict resolution? And they're there with them. By being there with them for 4 days straight to complete the program, we're able to go ahead and waive the rest of their days and get them back in school. Because what we knew for sure is simply saying you got into a fight, go home 10 days, come back, nothing has changed, doesn't work. So we've been really trying to study what is it in our absentee, and certainly suspension was one of the high causes of a high chronic absenteeism. So we're excited about some of those different initiatives that we have going on. We have a strong MTSS program working with growth, again, showing gains in literacy. It's yielding a higher graduation rate. Even today, 80.1% of our students graduate, and I still have summer school ahead of me with 2,000 students in summer school. So we are looking forward to an increased graduation rate to be able to continue that. And we also have a stack of banners excited to take back to our schools to celebrate that growth. Certainly, again, not where we want to go. Something I shared, not where we want to be, but we're heading in that right direction. I shared with you last year, for our school system, we don't talk about what percentage are we with the state, because there's always going to be maybe a lowest 10%. And we don't see getting extra help as punishment. This is extra set of hands on site to help us dig into our data. But what we do have to be is better than we were yesterday. So that's our mantra, constantly aiming to increase. And we look forward to your report you'll receive in 2 years for that automatic renewal for the next 2.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Donald?
I just want to thank Richmond for being here. Richmond's in my congressional district, and they reached out to me about 3 or 4 months ago to go over some of their successes. And I went and met with them, and I've been really impressed with your staff and the reports y'all given me and Dr. Welch. So thank you for being proactive and reaching out and giving me more information. It's been very helpful. And not all districts do that. So thank you.
Yes, so thank you very much for allowing us to be here. Again, we were here last year with you guys in Atlanta. And I will say, to be completely honest, as a board, it was very frustrating because we had worked very hard to make sure that our teachers, our superintendents had the resources that they needed. In the process, our previous superintendent had to step away for familial obligations, which we totally respect. We are excited about Dr. Cobb because Dr. Cobb has been with our system from the very beginning. She started as a teacher, worked her way up as a principal, worked her way up to an area superintendent, worked her way up to a deputy superintendent, and we were very confident that she's been with our system over 30 years, that Dr. Cobb has seen where we were, where we are, and she'll be the one to lead us. She has been very innovative with the ideas that she's bringing to the table. She has great community partnership with our community. She was able to go out and with her connections, use the program with the Boys and Girls Club to foster a program that has benefited our students. We have seen less tribunals under that program. We have not been able to have, usually when we go into tribunals, parents are coming to argue about why their child shouldn't be sent to alternative school. Normally when they get to the tribunal process, they are offered the opportunity to go back to enter into this program. We have seen a great turnover. We just complained the other day because normally we usually get snack cakes in our tribunal hearings. So we were like, we're missing these cakes. But we also know that that is a growth that we see. Would we as a board want the 2 year? Of course not. We think we have to work very hard to get the 4. However, we understand that you want to see more from us, and we are ready to give you more. We have it already locked in the chamber, and we're ready to get it and shoot it out and show you more. But thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you for being willing to hear us and to see the growth that we've made.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any follow-up questions, comments? Ms. Stockwell?
I will say, look at the attendance, the absentee rate is of concern. It's actually gone up since the data that I'm looking at has actually gone up since 2023. Yeah, I don't know what other comment to say about that, but that's pretty high.
Yeah, and our official chronic absentee rates will be by the end of the year will be shared. Certainly, we shared that data point where we were in that point in time, but you'll see some better gains when you see the final year.
I don't have 2026 data, but it's.
And we lost a lot of families too. After the hurricane, we have a lot of families that did not come back. In our community, we have a high rate of poverty, and we're battling a homelessness as well. So we work with other programs in our community to address those issues. That is a concern for us as well, that they're being absent. How can we find them? What can we do? We've worked with systems that provide free rides to school for our students to make sure that they get there, to make sure that they can get the information that they need.
Any further questions?
Mr. Downing?
Comments, concerns? Ms. Kenmore?
I'm glad to see you here. I remember last year when we went through all of this, and I'm glad to see the gains that are being made, but especially for you to take advantage of the talent you have within your system to lead your system to the point that you are right now. And I just want to commend you on that, because we talked about that last year.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know you would love to have the full 5 years, but 2 years, I think, it's better than last year.
Yes, ma'am, it is. You know, the worst that you can tell me is no, right? And I'm no worse off than what you're gonna give me the 2 years, we're happy with the 2 years, but I'm always the type of person to shoot my shot.
Yeah, so I'm excited about it, and we also talked about the demographic and the population that you have in your system, and it's really good to just see the gains after all the discussion and everything we had last year, and especially bringing on your superintendent and using the talent and the gift and the leadership that's already within your system that knows to attend to the different areas that are needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Carey.
Yes, Dr. Cobb, I'd just like to say thank you for utilizing what you have in your community with the Boys and Girls Club. And I really think that whatever you've done, I don't know if you need to trademark it or whatever you have done, but I think it needs to be shared with other school systems that have Boys and Girls Club, because I totally agree with you. They have incredible programs to offer kids, and it's not a benefit for those kids to be at home possibly unsupervised and just hanging out for 4 or 5 days, and to utilize the programs that they have that are so well done, to be able to help those kids and meet them where they are. I just appreciate that, and I think other communities and school systems, you know, need to hear that and utilize that and work those arrangements out with their local clubs. Excellent job.
And again, that's a point, one of the points of a charter system or a strategic waiver system is if you're doing something innovative that's working for you, then everybody else needs to hear it.
Yes, love it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
share out.
Any further questions, comments related to Richmond County? Thank you all so much for coming.
Yes, and
Your great things.
hold on.
Okay,
I know.
Related to this item? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Dr. Taylor, so these strategic waiver systems are not reviewed by the Charter Advisory?
That is correct.
So how did we land on the current recommendation, a 2 and a 2?
So we landed on a 2 and a 2. They're coming back from a 1 year. They've made progress, they've made growth, which is why we recommend the 2 year with the automatic 2 year that would bring them in line then with the other strategic waiver systems, because they're all in the same time frame, where then they all come back at the end of 4 years for a 6-year term.
So are we going to give them particular areas very specific in what we want to see?
Yes,
in
we've
2
done,
years
that we've done
or
the
a 2
last,
year?
yes. That's
Okay.
correct.
And when will that be relayed to them once the
Next
board approves it?
Yes, yes, well, right after approval, yes.
Okay.
What's the data point that they have to meet for the automatic? So I'm assuming that means it doesn't come to us.
That they have a reduction in the number of CSI and TSI schools.
That's the
That's then the data point for.
that's the sole data point.
Dr. Johnson, everything you want to say?
That's what I'm
Well, I can say that with all of those schools, they have just made tremendous progress. Every single thing that we have asked them to do, and even things that we have not asked them to do, they've taken the initiative to do on their own. Our team has been incredibly all positive feedback from, I know Bill and Richmond especially, about the efforts that they've made and the growth over the year.
Thank you.
And Keith just sent the email back out as a PDF, so for those who could not get into the document, maybe they will get into it now.
Well, now.
We're over. We've only got one more.
In your email,
Okay.
in your email, you should have every one of those.
Any further questions, comments, concerns related to Richmond County? So what we'll do is we will pull this for a separate vote. This will be 7A, Bibb County, 7B will be Richmond County.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, we'll move on to item 8, charter system renewal for Evans County Schools.
Evans County Schools is seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. Evans County is currently operating under a 1-year contract. During the course of this term, Evans County has implemented standardized leadership and teacher-level data analysis protocols to strengthen their instructional decision-making, support collaborative planning, and guide instructional coaching aligned to student needs. They've strengthened their MTSS framework through district-wide implementation guidance, early warning indicators, and integrated support systems to improve Tier 1 effectiveness and identify students needing additional interventions. They implemented innovative instructional supports, expanded career pathways, and strengthened workforce partnerships to improve literacy, numeracy, and post-secondary readiness, and made efforts towards district attendance and whole child support systems through proactive attendance monitoring, expanded behavioral supports, mentoring programs, and community partnerships focused on reducing chronic absenteeism and improving student engagement. Evans County Schools is beginning to show growth in some of these areas, such as elementary literacy and numeracy, and are still implementing steps for growth in other areas. Evans County Schools is being recommended for a one-year contract to continue to facilitate and support its improvement efforts. And if approved, their contract will begin on July 1st, 2026, and end on June 30th, 2027.
Any questions, comments? Stockwell.
I have a question about the Lexile data for the high school. It says TFS. What does that mean?
Too few students.
Too few students.
Yeah.
What's the minimum number to gather data for that?
15.
To publicly report. They have access to it, but to publicly report.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So less than, okay, less than, okay.
Wow.
And this is a one-year recommendation, you said?
Jason?
Yes,
if I may.
Mr. Johnson.
Is there anybody from Evans?
I believe we have Ms. Christy Vandenberg, Assistant Superintendent, Academic Services. She online?
Yes, ma'am. I am here as well as our interim superintendent, Dr. Brad Anderson.
So I'm curious, you know, we're a year in and we're going for another year. What, you know, at what point do we say this has got to increase or the flexibility stops?
That's
Right.
I guess that's my question, is we're going for another 1 year to give more time. Are we going to give particular things that we want to see in a year, or there might not be another 1 year extension?
That's right.
I guess at what point do we say the flexibility stops?
And
this is a question for Dr. Taylor, not the district.
Absolutely.
But I wanted to hear from them if they had something to say.
So a couple of things to note as we think about flexibility too. So one, in the process of the one-year contract, we had specific things that we wanted them to do over the course of that year. And a lot of it dealt with implementation in order to get them to a place for growth. And they've started that implementation process. They are, as you see differently when we say, oh, we're requesting a 1 year, they also, as you see, are still have an interim superintendent. So they haven't stabilized their leadership structure yet as well, which is another reason we'll say we'll do another year when they have a full-time superintendent or permanent superintendent in place. We feel better about requesting more years as the implementation structures and continue and the growth starts to happen. We feel good that they've started the implementation process on our end. As we think about flexibility as well on our end, we also like to think about the fact that flexibility with districts, we also don't want to cripple a district from growth by taking flexibility, by just snatching all the flexibility away. We try to remember that a lot of these flexibilities that districts use, they're not using it to have fun, they're using it to try to solve specific problems. And if we snatch away all the flexibility, then we handicap them from being able to solve some of those problems. So it is a balancing act on our end. And oftentimes when you see us do a 1 year or a 2 year, it's so that we can help support them. We give them the time to kind of do that implementation and put that in place so that we can give them a longer runway to work with from there.
How long has the district had an interim superintendent?
I think that when they came last year for the 1 year, they were just getting rid of the last superintendent. So I think they brought in the interim superintendent right after their
I'm curious, what's the process of naming a permanent superintendent for Evans County?
Good morning. I am Christy Vandenberg, and I do have our interim superintendent with me, Dr. Brad Anderson. I believe the question, what is the process for us naming our permanent superintendent?
I think the board's intention is at the end of the 26-27 school year, we're going to engage somewhere mid-year next year in a GSBA search for a full-time superintendent. I think a couple of things. Obviously, whenever I came on board, they had just voted for the previous superintendent not to renew that contract. At that point in time, they had some financial difficulties. We've had to put steps in place and put protocols and processes in place. So I think it's the board's intention somewhere middle of next year to advertise for a full-time superintendent with an anticipation date of that person starting in the 28 school year.
So at this time, a year from now, there's probably still going to be an interim superintendent.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm a recovering retired superintendent, but in short, I think that the board, there was some change in the board. There's been 3 new board members, or 2 new board members and a board chair change within the last year.
Okay. My next question is the data in the middle school is distressing to me. Can we talk about that?
Yes, we certainly can. Our middle school last year did take a dip, and we were very disappointed in that data. Some of the pieces that we decided to make to adjust and to increase our data is that we went back to a traditional middle school model so that we would have teams of teachers in order to support each other with collaboration. Our middle school is very small. At the data that you're looking at which was a dip, we had 1 math teacher and 1 ELA teacher per grade level. We used some of our charter funding to be able to hire more core teachers in math and in ELA in order to have teams of teachers to collaborate together. Through our support from our school and district improvement specialists, we have strengthened our collaborative teams, planning pieces, and we are happy and very proud that preliminary but still embargoed data is showing a 20-point increase in mathematics performance from where we were last year. So we feel like the collaborative teams pieces, the instructional standards-based classroom pieces that we have put into place this year are making an impact, and we're planning on continuing those to further support and improve. We've also invested more time and energy in supporting our whole child initiatives. Like other districts have mentioned, chronic absenteeism is a concern for us, and we are pleased that our chronic absenteeism data for this year has also seen a decrease.
And one more question. I see that Evans is on the moderate and high risk for districts for the 24 audit. Have you completed the 25 audit yet?
Yes, sir. We're in the process. We actually hold our final exit audit on conference on Wednesday. A little bit of information about that. Whenever I came on board, one of the agreements that I made with the board was that we would hire possibly a retired, in which we did find a retired Department of Audits employee who could serve as a consultant for us to actually go through all of our finances, create a list of processes and protocols we need to review. So in short, we should have that. As you all, I'm sure, are aware, many of the things that were found in 24 were also found in 25. The positive side of that is clearly when the Department of Audit showed up, we already had either changed policy or processes to address those things that were found in 24, and obviously we'll address in 25.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any further questions, comments, concerns, Evans County? be
No.
placed on the consent agenda?
No.
This is pulled for a separate vote. And we'll move on to item number 9, strategic waiver for Talbot County.
Talbot County Schools is seeking a renewal of its strategic waiver school system contract. Talbot County is currently operating under a 1-year contract. Talbot's current contract term is provided to facilitate and support its improvement and provide a shortened term while the system completed its financial assessment, began implementation of critical strategies and procedures, and finalized its search for a superintendent. This current contract allowed the system to utilize its requested waivers from its 2024 application, with the exception of Section 2A1 of Rule 160-5-1-.22, which required the system to employ a full-time superintendent to serve as chief administrator of the school system and executive secretary of the local board of education. And the system was required to secure a financial firm to oversee the implementation of training and procedures recommended in the findings of their financial assessment. Talbot County Schools does have a full-time superintendent, and the system has been working with a financial firm, Malden and Jenkins. The system is being recommended for a 1-year contract to continue to facilitate and support its improvement efforts. If approved, Talbot's contract will begin on July 1st, 2026 and end on June 30th, 2027.
Do we have anybody on the line from Talbot
I
County?
believe we're going to have Superintendent Jason Taylor.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Jonathan Taylor.
All right. Is he on? Okay. Okay, all right. Superintendent, hello? Hello? Does anybody have any questions? Comments related to Talbot County?
So I have the same concern as
Yep.
Evans. I mean, it's essentially a similar situation, and we're a year in, and now we're going for another year.
Right.
And Talbot's on the moderate to high risk, and they're high risk.
Yep.
But they do have a permanent superintendent.
Yeah.
That's
Have
one
we
step.
heard about their 25 on it?
We'll get an
We'll get
update
an update today.
today, actually, on that. Where's Russ?
He'll be back.
What is, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, but it definitely relates to this, so what's,
M&J is here today with a full update on their work with Talbot during August.
Good.
But their data is better.
Yeah. That is an improvement.
Their
So I'm glad to see
improvement
that.
data is better.
Respectfully, we're there. I have a team in Talbot, and it has been night and day over the last year of working with them, getting systems in place. We do still have some challenges that we are working with around building the capacity of their staff in order to really truly improve outcomes for children. But I can tell you that we do see growth, and you know, we have we document it every month in the growth that we're seeing and the areas where we still see some needs for improvement. But overall, definitely moving in the right direction.
And not to belabor a point,
Right.
but we can't just continue doing 1 year, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year.
Right, I know.
It ends up being a 5-year.
Right.
They just come back to the state board every year for a 1-year extension.
Yes,
I
sir.
feel like we need to set a standard and say, we expect this in a year, or there might not be another 1-year extension. Or that's just, I mean, I'm not speaking for the whole board, I'm speaking for myself. But I feel like with these 1 years, we've got to give them something to
Right.
achieve. If that doesn't happen, then the flexibility goes away.
Well, my question is, what do they need the flexibility for? They may not need it. Or like I was asking one of the other districts, if all you need it is for one little piece, certification, you can get an individual waiver for that, and we don't even have to go through this whole thing. So I don't know what they need. Why do they need this at all?
a lot of them may not even know themselves. You know, so, but accountability has to be brought into play.
I mean, and that's the thing. If it's accountability, then we have to hold them accountable at some
Exactly.
point. I mean, it can't just be a
Extension,
rubber
extension.
stamp.
Right.
But they're not, right, we don't have them here, so we don't really know what they need in terms of their what they need in terms of,
He should be on.
Their
I
super's
just
on,
texted
right?
him.
what do we need?
President Jonathan Taylor on?
He should be on.
If he's not on, chances are he may be on it.
Does anybody have any follow-up questions, concerns? I assume this will need to be pulled for a separate vote.
Please.
All right. Move on to item 10, charter approval for Learning Academy of Northwest Georgia.
I will turn items 10 through 13 over to, I think, Mr. Alan Mueller, who is online from the State Charter Schools Commission.
Hello, everyone. Sorry I can't be there in person. I also wanted to send the regrets of Donovan Hett. He will be arriving later today, but he couldn't. He's on the road right now. And I wanted to acknowledge former state board member and current commissioner Scott Sweeney. And I believe he's in the audience there. So maybe
He's here.
people looking
He's
like
in
that.
Savannah.
Better.
We can confirm. He's in Savannah.
He's in Savannah, that much we know. We'll be tracking his movements closely, that's right. Well, thank you. This is a new charter school. We're going to follow with 3 renewals. We're very excited about this one. We're excited about all the charter schools, but this one in particular, and I'll get to why in just a moment. So this is for a new charter for the Learning Academy of Northwest Georgia. They're a grades K through 7, and let me explain it. They're going to expand those grade ranges. That's just what's included in this first 5-year term, because they're expanding every year. But K-7 local charter school approved by the Dalton Public Schools Board of Education for a 5-year term beginning July 1st, 2027, ending June 30th, 2032. Before I get into some of the detail, I just wanted to say a couple of things about why this is a particularly exciting new school. One is it is our first school in Georgia that is it's like a national model, the laboratory school. So it's a school that is deeply connected to Dalton State College, to the local school district. You know, they're setting up a program in which students at Dalton College will do hands-on learning at the school and will train teachers. They've got this great kind of reciprocal relationship that we're very excited about. Again, this happens in other places. It just hasn't happened in Georgia yet. The Chicago, the lab school at the University of Chicago is probably the most famous example of this kind of school. We're also excited because part of their plan is to enroll students from other districts. So they've been in conversations with, I believe, 5 sort of contiguous or the adjoining school districts with the superintendents, and they're working on interdistrict agreements that will allow school students, again, from outside Dalton to attend. So that's another one of their plans. And we have some CCAs that do that currently, but we don't have any charter schools that have done that, and we're excited about that too. So the Dalton Public Schools Board of Education approved this petition on February 9th, 2026. Learning Academy of Northwest Georgia's mission is to instill within students a lifelong love of learning, enabling them to become productive and engaged citizens, and embarking on a successful career, enrolling in college upon graduation, or joining the military or other forms of public service. So fundamental to their mission is the belief that learners prosper when the school recognizes each child as a unique individual capable of intellectual growth, moral development, and cultural engagement. So they also have a really interesting program here combining classical model of education supported by the college, a dual immersion program, and initially Spanish, but then they're thinking about other languages later, and then the Finnish model of education, which I'll trust that some of our folks who are online from the project will talk a little more about that. And then I already mentioned the partnership with Dalton State College of Education. So they're going to serve, as I said, in this first term, K through 7, approximately 480 students, and this will be their first term. So initially, again, Dalton Public School students, but then expanding out for other districts. So that's the school. We should have, I'm not sure exactly the states, online I believe we have John Miner, who's the governing board chair. We also have John Fuchco, who is with Dalton State University and was part of the founding board. We may also have someone from Dalton Public Schools. I know that the two Johns were going to try to get someone on, but I'm not sure if they did. But if you have questions about this school, I'm happy to answer them, or either one of the Johns could, John Miner or John Fuchco could respond as well.
Does anyone have any questions related to this school? Ms. Stockley?
My question actually is for our teacher of the year. One of the things that it kind of is really interesting for me about this particular model is the integration of the Dalton College School of Education into this school. It seems to me like that's going to give prospective teachers a whole lot more real world experience than maybe they get traditionally, and I feel like that's a really good thing.
Oh, yeah. Anytime you can throw those kids in to realize that, and better it'll be. But
I mean, I know my daughter's a teacher, and she just graduated from college, but I mean, so many of the students that she was in school with went through college in the education program only to decide really at the very end that I don't like this.
exactly.
So it seems to me like that this is a really cool idea. And I guess, Alan, that's part of the plan.
Right. Yep, that is baked right into it. They're very,
Yeah.
and Dalton College has been involved at every step of the way. So, you know, it's unusual to see that level of support and exciting. And it looks, oh, good. The superintendent of Dalton Public Schools is also online if folks have questions for the superintendent.
Any follow-up questions?
But yeah, that's the hope. I mean, it's just a deep connection that allows
It's
folks to get
exciting.
real-world training,
I
Oh,
et cetera.
thought Alan said they were going to speak to this Finnish model of education. I'm just curious if there's a short summary of that. I just have no idea, so I'm just curious if you have something you can share.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch all of that. Was that a question for me or a question for the Dalton superintendent?
I guess maybe the Dalton superintendent about the Finnish model of education, just a quick summary. I was
That's right.
curious
I
if
mentioned
I'm
that.
not familiar with
No,
it.
I think either John Miner or John Fuchco could address that. So,
I don't know if everybody can hear me, but I'm John Miner. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you, John.
Yes.
Oh, I don't think the board can.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, they hear you.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. I'm John Miner, the chairman of the board. I think Dr. Fuchco is also on here, but happy to answer any questions about the Finnish model. It's basically just a very, very quick summary. It focuses on outdoor time, outdoor play, individualized learning plans. I think John Fuchco, I may butcher this, but I think they have an expression that there's no bad weather, just bad clothing. So, you know, a lot of time outside, limited technology, those types of things. Those are sort of the pillars of the Finnish model.
Great, thank you. Perfect summary. I support all of the above. Thank you.
We're excited in Northwest Georgia.
Yeah.
You should be. More outside time. I
We
can't
appreciate
think
it. Thank you.
Plus they got turtles, at Dalton Street.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Good for y'all.
Any further
So
questions?
that folks
comments,
also
follow-up?
wanted to thank,
I have.
oh, go ahead, sorry.
Ms. Kinnable.
Okay, I love that you're doing the classical model of education and dual immersion. What language is that? Did I miss that? It's going to be Spanish?
Spanish and
Okay.
English, yes. The classical model also incorporates some Latin, so they'll start taking Latin in the third grade is our intention.
Okay, I like that. Thank you.
Any further questions, concerns? All right. Thank you for joining us, and best of luck to you. We will pull this for
Thank you.
separate vote. And move on to item
Thanks.
11, Chattahoochee Hills Charter School.
Yeah, thanks. This is a charter school renewal, a Fulton County charter school for a shorter term, and I'll get to why that is in a moment. But Chattahoochee Hills Charter School, grades K-8 charter school approved by the Fulton County Board of Education for a 3-year term beginning July 1st, 2026, ending June 30th, 2029.
The Fulton County Board of Education approved Chattahoochee Hills Charter School petition on February 19th, 2026. Their mission is to inspire all children to the highest levels of academic achievement through a rigorous curriculum that integrates the wonders of natural world. The school aims to cultivate students who demonstrate curiosity, stewardship, creativity, and the capacity to lead healthy, meaningful, and responsible lives. So they will implement what they call a tri-focus of innovative practices. Those are agriculture, environment, and the arts. The abbreviated term, I included material for you all to look at. Primarily, this is the decision Fulton County made initially based on some material findings in the audit. So I also included the root cause analysis and the response from the school. So the thought is in the 3-year term, this will be enough time for us to see those plans the school submitted, come to fruition. The academic performance is a little mixed, but basically strong. Primarily that shorter term, again, is based on the financial concerns and just wanting to make sure, put a little weight behind and acknowledge that they've got a little work to do. They've got work to do in that area. So we do have, if folks have questions about the school, I can answer them, or Dr. Muhammad from the school, he's the academic leader, should be on the line. I've also invited representatives from Fulton County to be on the line. I'm not sure whether they are or not.
Right. Does anybody have any questions related to this renewal? Ms. Stock.
So there are a number of financial concerns. I see the letter from Fulton County. Just to clarify, Fulton County is still part of the contract for this particular charter school, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And I see that it looks like Ms. Andrea Cooper Gatewood from Fulton is on the line too. So she's the charter liaison for the district, so she could also answer any questions. But yes, they're the initiators. They approved it. They'll be the third party on the contract with the school and the state board.
Okay. I feel a lot better if knowing that Fulton County's watching what's going on and paying attention to their financial situation.
I didn't hear all that, Ms. Stockwell. I'm sorry, it cut out.
It's okay. It's not important.
Any other questions, comments? If anyone from the school would like to speak, we get some people on the line. Dr. Muhammad.
Yes, again, thank you all for the opportunity to come before you. We're so excited to get another renewal. This is an amazing school, amazing community and parents. And while I do know there is a concern for this year, I want to make sure we know it's just for this year, that we had the financial concern. The past 11 years, it has not been the case. We were able to identify it and rectify it. But it did come up right during the renewal year. As you all can see, we have a significant waiting list. We are representing South Fulton very well. And one of the things in Georgia, I do want to point out that Georgia has $100 billion industry of agriculture. And there's over 30,000 jobs that are short every year. And all of us know, no matter what career, how important food is to our survival. And so we're creating that next generation of Georgians that are interested in making sure that we all survive and thrive. So again, thank you to Fulton County, and we look forward to continuing doing great work at Chattahoochee Hills Charter School.
Great, thank you so much. Does anyone have any follow-up questions? All right, we'll go ahead and pull that.
No questions, but
and
yeah,
on item 12 for
can you guys hear me?
Ag, Tech, and Environment.
Thank you. Someone was just trying to speak. I'm not sure who it was. Well, I'll just go ahead with this. Okay, so this is a DeKalb County charter school. The date, which is the DeKalb Agriculture, Technology, and Environment. They were approved they're a K-8 charter school approved by the DeKalb County Board of Education for a full 5-year term, beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2031. The DeKalb County Board of Education approved a date the petition on February 9th, 2026. Their mission is to educate students about the need to consider environmental, agricultural, and technological ramifications to improve conditions and other business decisions via hands-on, community-oriented instructional curriculum. DeKalb Agriculture, Technology, and Environment, Inc. will implement the following essential and innovative features. So environmental sciences, agricultural sciences, technology sciences. They're serving grades K-8, as I mentioned, approximately 778 students by year 5. This is their 6th term, so they've been around for quite a while. They're just open to kids within the DeKalb County school system. They made all of their academic goals. We know that DeKalb received an excellent rating on their external evaluation last year. They have an extremely rigorous review process. Their performance data at date looks excellent. And they've just transitioned to a new school leader, but this is someone from within the school who's been around a while, I believe, and it just looks like they're going on all cylinders. So if folks have questions about it, I'm happy to answer about GATE. We also have, I believe, a couple of board members, perhaps Faye Garrett, George Jones online, and I believe there's someone from the academic staff as well.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions related to the charter renewal for DeKalb? I know we've got some people on the line from the school. We'd love to hear from you.
I saw them on earlier. Let's see.
Hello, I'm trying to get my camera up. For some reason, it is not turning on. But I'm Dr. Wills, I'm the CEO. It's been there for 20 years, and I am retiring this year. We have a new leader, Dr. Taylor, who's coming on board. We are excited about the next 5 years if it's awarded to us. We have been around in our community. We are, like Mr. Allen said, we are focused on technology, environment, and agriculture. And we are the only Georgia charter school that has been approved as a USDA farm. So we're elated about that highlight. And so any more questions? As I'm retiring after 32 years, I'm happy to pass the torch home to Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor, you want to say hello?
Well, I didn't know you were going to be on the call. Thank you for being here.
No problem, no problem. As Mr. Mueller said, this is our 6th term in our 20-year celebration. We just celebrated last weekend. We continue to exceed the state and the district in the areas. Academically, financially, we have about an $8 million endowment. And organizationally, we've been strong. We're having an average of about 12 to 18 years of staff and administration. So we're rooted in our community, and so we would love this opportunity for another 5 years. Thank you.
Hey, I have a question.
And I am here. I'd like to say good morning and thank you.
One of the things I'm noticing is like a lot of the charter schools who are focusing on ag stop at middle school. Like, is there anything that your county is doing to like continue ag education through high school?
It's funny you said that. Yes, our board chair graduated in Philadelphia from the agriculture school, so we had the opportunity to visit about 1 month ago. He took some board members and some teachers and staff members on the administration team, and so we're looking at the possibilities of starting an agriculture school at the high school level, and that's only because our parents are so desiring that piece, so they can move on from the middle school level and also give them opportunities at another level. Yes.
I did want to add, just so you folks probably already know this, but there's a reason why there aren't a great number of charter startup high schools, because the funding level for those students is lower than it is for other levels, and they're the most expensive kids to educate. So the folks that do high schools generally have to grow into that because there just isn't enough funding to start. Anyway.
And that is a possibility. We're right now having 2 or 3 year plan for a feasibility study to ensure that we can maintain the curriculum and give them what they need in order to be successful, even with those Carnegie units that's needed in high school. So yes, that is something that's in the framework of planning.
Does anybody have any follow-up questions? concerns?
One last comment. Your DeKalb County Board of Education members at the state board that represent DeKalb would love to come for a visit.
We would love to have you.
We'd
at
love to
any
check
point in
you
time.
out.
Put
Look
him
for
to
the-
work, Dr. Wells. Put him in a tractor.
I'm sorry.
No, seriously, we'd love it.
I said, put them on a tractor.
Oh, yes. You have time to spend with the goats, chickens, the pigs, so you'll have a great time.
Now,
Even though
I want
it's-
to, I want to come visit. There's 2 of us that represent DeKalb. We would love to come visit.
You're welcome. We would love to have you.
Okay, I'll follow up.
If there's no further questions or comments, we'll pull that for a separate vote. And the final item on the agenda, number 13, Fulton Academy, Science and Tech.
Right, so this is Fulton Academy of Science and Technology. It is a Fulton County charter school, obviously grades K through 8. The Fulton County Board of Education approved them for a full 5-year term. They approved them for that 5-year term on February 19th, 2026. Their mission is to provide a rigorous, inquiry-driven K-8 education rooted in design thinking, supported by comprehensive STEAM instructional model. Fast prepares students to become creative innovators, critical thinkers, effective problem solvers, equipped to thrive in an increasingly complex and rapidly changing world. They're going to implement the following essential and innovative features. They're going to incorporate design thinking into all facets and subject areas. They're adding 1 class hour each week for a Genius Hour. They are creating a capstone project for 8th grade students, and they're teaching coding and computer science to all grades. That's their implementation plan. Again, grades K-8, approximately 720 students by the end of their charter term, and now this is their 4th term, so they've also been around a while. They serve kids just from within Fulton County. That 5-year renewal is based solely on their academic results, and they've outperformed the district and the state academically, met their contract goals. Antonio Vance, who's the school leader, should be online, and as you already know, the Fulton County representative, Ms. Cooper Gatewood, is also on the line. So I'm happy to answer any questions. It's a very high-performing charter school, and have been doing well.
Does anybody have any questions, concerns? We've got people on the line from the school.
We do. Dr. Vance?
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. We are super excited. As Alan said, we are excited about our continued work. We are extraordinarily focused, again, on innovation-centered education and making sure that our students are prepared to solve real-world problems, and we do that with all of our work K through 8. We're excited about our continued partnership with Fulton County, who we work with often, and we're excited about that. So thank you all for this opportunity, and we're looking forward to serving the students of Fulton County for another 5 years.
Great, thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns?
Scott is here.
Well, Scott's
It's over now.
I mean, literally, we are
predicted.
right at the
Well, I didn't mean to bring it in there, but
anyway. Other than Scott Sweeney walking in, does anybody have any questions?
I called you out earlier, Scott. Scott, I said you were there, and
This
then
will
you
be
weren't there
pulled
yet.
for a separate vote as well. And so thank you all for joining us online. And items 1, 2, 3, and 4 should be moved to consent. And then we pulled item 5 and divided it up to 5A and 5B. Item 6 will be 6A, 6B, and 6C. Item 7 will be 7A, 7B. And then we pulled items 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Right.
And that concludes the business. So
Thank you, Mr. Downey. All right. Okay. Well, we have box lunches today. We've got 45 minutes for our next meeting to start.
all right.
You want to go with us to that charter school, Rachel? You want to go with us to that charter school? Wouldn't that be kind of cool? It's urban farm. I think it would be really cool.
Yes, but I don't know that I'm going to be able to get out of here.
Get a what?
Get out of school to go. So I don't know if y'all plan it and just let me know.
Okay.
If I can make it work.
Come in, you know.
I've already asked to take off 2 days of pre-planning. And my principal, he's new, he's young, and I think he said yes, but he hesitated. I think he's just like nervous to, it made me, the hesitation made me nervous.
I just think it would be. I just think that it sounds like. I don't even know where it is. I think I've never heard of it, but I love the concept.
That's why I asked that about continuing in the high school though, because like none of them have. There's no ACT programs in high school, and I would love.
Sounds to me like with $8 million endowment that they'll move into that. Yeah.
That's what I would like to encourage to continue.
Yeah. I just think I think it would be very. I just didn't know it. I didn't even know it was there. I think
They can have their middle school kids in an FFA chapter. So like they should work towards an FFA charter.
If they don't have one,
They don't. A lot of metro schools do not.
No, I know they don't.
No.
But it would give their kids
But it would be helpful.
It would. Well, it would just give their kids an opportunity to be exposed to a lot more stuff.
Absolutely.
You know, I think it'd be cool. I want to go visit.
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah.
Just let me know.
I'm gonna set it up.
Okay.
I went by myself. I did it by myself. Okay. How many people did I make today?
What now?
I said, how many people did I make mad today?
You know what? It doesn't matter.
It hit a point where I had to go because I knew this was going to take so long. I was like, I can't sit here. I gotta.
But I have moved the needle. At least people are thinking it's not automatic anymore.
Oh, we got that. I need to use the restroom too.
They go to the school first.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
Family, kiddo.
Everybody's good. Everybody's good. Yeah.
This is really a sad lunch.
I didn't want to delay dinner.
I know.
How are you?
But this is our
Seamless this morning?
Huh?
Seamless this morning?
Yeah, real seamless. Been interesting. We started.
Did you see that text I sent you? I didn't mean to overstep my bounds.
We started at 10:15. We started at 10:15. This could be.
Oh my God.
Pull this out and I see that. So if you want roast beef, you can have.
Is it roast beef?
I can't. That looks like mayonnaise. It looks like roast beef. And see, it looks like mayonnaise. I can't do mayonnaise. I'm allergic to
Look,
it.
I think this is veggies. That's a tomato. Oh no, it's roast beef. Okay, yep, I do want roast beef.
Yeah, I can't do mayonnaise.
Okay, I'll take your sack and then
I'll take that one back.
Thank you.
See if I can find something else. What did you get?
Chicken salad. Chicken salad.
Okay.
What about if we stay in the evening? About
grades start FY '27, July 1st. So it's at FY '28, they'll have one in place. So FY '28 year starts July 1st next year. So they will, the way I understood it, mid-year, which is the time you have to do this. If you want a good superintendent or someone, well, if you try to do it right now, you're not going to get anybody because the ones that are highly touted ones have already decided if you're going to go with July 1st. So, yeah. Yeah, so it's, like I said, if it's year 28 or if it's FY 28, it's FY 28, that.
So I'm not sure, I gotta ask that about it, but I'm gonna walk that. And amend the contract, time they come back to us in a year, they need to have permanent. And that's.
They should.
That falls in line with what we told Richard, is that you had an interim at the time. Richard came back, made a final decision, and then the board doesn't want the superintendent to sit. The board has decided the interim does not sit right.
So if.
What's your game plan this evening?
That's okay.
I don't really
And I
know.
may have to, did they say
They're not a
in the
group
next 6 months, they're doing the
thing.
national,
Everybody's
starting the
kinda
national.
going off
Which takes about 3 or
different
4 months
places.
of last spring.
What time does charter
Should not be
start?
a problem for them to have it.
That's what we just.
Oh, you just completed it?
That's what we just did.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. It started at 10:15.
All right, I couldn't get over here any earlier.
Yeah, right, yeah.
How many petitions were you looking at?
Found out it should have taken 2 hours. We had,
Okay, so when you, and then when you do that, we vote on the.
Donovan's on his way here. I'll tell him that you're all done with
And
that.
if it fails.
And then the
so wait, so we had 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5,
Yeah, cover it me also.
And, you know, I'm not, you know, I really.
6, 7,
I'm not trying to.
8. Then we had to start 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and then.
Why did the Blazers play? You tell me later.
Board revisited.
We can do this. This is the power that we need. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you later.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hello, Christy. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Scott.
Sometimes we get down in the weeds sometimes. That's just part of it, and the learning curve. He did. I'm sure Martha, I'm sure Martha was
I told
glad.
Mark, I said, that's the last time I do a favor for you. She said, well, my phone was cutting in and out. I said, well,
I can make my phone.
Eric was asking me if I was still involved, and I said, not to the extent that they are.
But here he is, he's coming back.
He is.
Let me ask you this question, if y'all can tell me, so it's mind my own business. Georgia,
Is Martha traveling or is she staying in?
is every board member.
Is she on the way here or not?
Who?
Martha. I do.
I don't think so. I think,
I'm trying to work it out with our accountant.
I thought
because
she
my-
said she wasn't
our-
coming.
My husband's C Corp should be able to do this. So she keeps like I'm flying over her head, so I said, my husband's okay, we're flying over our head and we need a CPA. But yeah, we do our maximum, I do, but. I'm hoping everybody, well, and I talk about it when I'm in my community, I'm like, you know, when I'm talking to teachers or when I'm talking to the community, when I'm at the chamber, I know it. Well, I have this, so the teachers are like, I was talking to some teachers, they're like, they take out my taxes. They take out my state taxes. I said, I worked for Murray County Schools for 24 years. the state tax, because my husband and I live for quarterly taxes. So you can go to or you can just say, don't take it out of taxes and put it in money you can get it out of. Then pay your tax, or pay, most of the teachers in rural Georgia are the median income. Just go ahead and pay it and get a refund on your next year's, and then you will have next year's to pay.
You have to sacrifice your time and freedom.
Yeah. But yeah, I push everybody all the time, and everybody's like, oh, no, we really want big businesses. I said, yeah. In rural, that's what I keep telling them, like, it's everything, you may have to do that,
Unless you have an earn.
and it's like, now,
Nope.
pick it up and lick it or anything.
If you need me.
Thank you.
I won't touch you. It was wonderful to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Welcome home.
Thank you.
How many more days?
I've got about 2 more weeks of stuff.
But you were able to work from home, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to go to Atlanta.
And honestly, because of where we live, being so central, I didn't think much away from home. That's all.
That was
And so it was a nice day.
nice stay at Holiday Inn Express. My room was really nice.
I don't know,
I'm
probably,
not an
because
IHG platinum
I
member.
did,
and then
about
on top of
80.
it, when you're a platinum member, you get like
But that was, everywhere I went, I didn't, not
we had Leopold pie ice cream. Really?
So did you become a
Good. I said I was skipping the points.
Mark Wilson?
Yeah, like a strawberry
Yeah.
ice cream.
So,
That was my
he asked
favorite.
me to do his principal matter things at the beginning.
Jennifer didn't get her
And
tiramisu.
that was great, because it
Tiramisu.
put me in front of a lot of principals. The first time I did it, I knew it wasn't great. It was like the first week.
When you
So
again?
I went back and revamped it the second time.
Coconut and
And I asked him, I
pineapple
said,
gelato.
"Cake." And he was like, "I said you asked."
Say about something that's like, I don't do Rich like that something. Rich
Not
likes
only
candy
like
cigarettes.
the things that I needed.
Come to the one across from,
It's not rocket science.
Yeah.
I can just tell you stories. You got a great story.
And so, and that I quit trying to.
Got your
hit
cigarettes
all
on you,
the
Trevor?
points, so.
Can I bum a cigarette?
What's that?
Can I bum a cigarette?
Candy cigarette.
Yes, I think I have gotten better at that. And like being able to just take my keynote and work it to fit for their audience. It's been fun.
All right, now, Ms. Stockley, y'all are absolutely invited back to the conference in November in Athens that y'all went to. You can either come as a guest, or you can come and be a part of the panel, or you can come and do a breakout session. I told Ms. Betty, absolutely, y'all can come and do anything you want to, or nothing.
Whatever you think would be helpful.
We appreciate you.
Well, and I wanted to stand up here and help you ask the question about the brand new superintendent, but part of what I think, I don't know that the board really truly understands, is that what the charter system gives you is that agility. As a new superintendent, she doesn't know what to ask for. Because as a strategic waiver,
But you have to be able to function, you have to be able to function in your box, I mean.
But if 3 months in I bump into something as a superintendent, then I can maneuver around that without
That's
having
true.
to stop
That's true.
and go and do
That's
this
true.
and do that. And then
That's
8
true.
months in, I got this that I bumped into.
But I'll be honest with you, I asked that question to charter system superintendents a lot, like what do you need to do from the charter system contract? And they'll list a couple of waivers, and that's it. And honestly, that is the wrong philosophy, because that's all you need. I can give you a certification waiver just like that, and you don't have to do all the stuff, and you don't have to, and it's, you don't have to do this. And it would be,
Superintendents have been in office less than 36 months.
you see, and that's honestly, that's a little bit what I'm trying to, like, if you don't want to go, just don't go through these motions. If all you really need so a certification or whatever, then just do that. And let's don't go through all this, so it's, I'm trying to get these charter systems back to what it was intended to be, and not the status quo.
Anything that I can help you with, I'll be glad to.
Well, I have a different, I'm bringing in a new philosophy, but that's what I really believe, is that that's what it was intended to be. And if you're using it, that's fine, and I have no issues with that, but if you don't need it to improve, don't do it.
But everything I weigh may not affect my spending score.
True.
That's just the way.
That's true, but at the same
But I
time,
need to be able to articulate.
you need to be able to articulate that, and you need to be able to, you know, if,
A
and
lot of
again,
them don't know what they don't know.
Right.
That is part of, and
Right.
They need to be told.
that y'all talked about here, what setting or what mechanism do we have to share best practices in the state of Georgia? We don't
Well, I'm
have
saying,
that.
that's the whole, but that again was the point of it, is that, that's what I thought actually the foundation was part of their goal.
We do,
Yeah.
that is part of it,
Yeah.
but outside of us.
Yeah.
But every school system in the state of Georgia has flexibility.
Yes.
Whether it's a
Here,
strategic way,
right, at
whether
some
it's a
level.
charter school, whether it's a college pre-K, whether it's a charter system. But that whole group needs to come together to learn from each other. And we can take the 48 and try to learn, but
Right,
then it
that's true.
becomes
Yeah.
everybody.
But it also can't be a form. I mean,
It
every,
has
in
to be
truth, every
strong.
system should look different.
Every zip code is different.
Every system, every charter system should look very different. And sometimes when I see the petitions and stuff, it's not, it's all the same thing. And it's like, you know, that's really not the way it's supposed to be.
I'm so sorry.
Too, because I love calamari and I'm thinking I'm never gonna eat it again.
It's
It's like, okay,
easier to
next,
manage.
food for
Right.
thought,
As
don't eat
opposed to
something you
40
really
years
like if you're sick.
But then why are we doing this whole charter system thing anyway?
Because
We already had that.
the bureaucracy that manages it says it's easier for me to manage one that of 48 as opposed to 48 group. So there is that piece too.
It's gotten off track. I mean,
Yeah, it is.
and it's like, well, yeah.
Yes.
Anyway.
No.
I'm happy to do-
I'm about to go talk to some other folks. It was great to see y'all.
Okay, it's always good to
And
see
see
you.
if y'all are interested. I told Ms. Betty, come and be part of it, be part of the panel.
Yeah.
Just visit
Do
whatever you want
whatever
to do.
you would like for me to do.
Does everyone get chocolate chip?
You want to trade?
Really? So at the Teacher of the Year conference, all the cookies were oatmeal raisin, and we were all
Chocolate
disappointed.
chip, sorry.
We were all like, oatmeal raisin, really? It's funny.
Well, at least they upped the location to the Georgia Aquarium. They did it at the Great Wolf Lodge before.
The one thing I didn't like about the aquarium, the space was great, but there wasn't like one central like hotel where everybody was, and like there wasn't really a place to hang out.
Make out.
Hang out.
I was like, what? I swear I thought you said make out. And I'm like, what? Her husband is not here. I swear I thought you said make out. I'm not kidding. I really thought you said that.
We could do, I mean, the Spring Hill Sweets is across the street.
Yeah, but like they didn't really have like a. This is gonna sound bad. They didn't really have like a bar. But and there wasn't one anywhere near. And so like after the event, when I won, like Holly was like go upstairs and change, and then we came and we talked for like there really wasn't a place for that. But the actual conference area and like that was a lot better. That was really cool. So I thought
Probably 4 or 5 years ago. The best one was Jekyll. When it was at Jekyll, that was the best one. I thought. Because it
I love
everything you're
Jekyll.
talking about.
Yeah, places did.
I think they left Jekyll because the money got very expensive.
Well, I didn't scope it out. There was like a hotel that was close that looked cool, the Moxie.
Yeah,
It looked like-
it's over by the stadium.
And so I kind of thought it was like maybe next year
Yeah.
I'll just it'll be an organic effort.
Yeah.
to be like, everybody stay at the Moxie.
Right. I think Moxie is loud. I like Moxie.
That's what somebody else said. You walk in, there's like music. Well, like the Cynthia is also like, every time I've been there, it seems like there's tons happening. Yeah.
But there's a new one, the Phoenix.
But I would check my PDFs.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what made me think it's
Right
now the
across
PDF
from the
versus the
stadium.
Word doc.
Okay.
Really pretty.
Well,
Are those PDFs working, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. I'll ask Susan from Allen, just make sure. Sometimes they forget that, a Word doc may
Yeah.
not be immediately accessible on that Mac for a communication outlet, so. In this day and age, we have a little friend called AI.
Yeah.
It took me about 2 minutes to translate to convert mode. Christie, just send the picture. I got it.
Thank you so much.
Hey Scott, how are you doing?
Good, Christie, how are you?
Okay. They found one for me.
Lisa, is your son deployed over in the Middle East?
Oh, no, he's not. He is actually transitioning out, and he's been recruited for a job overseas.
Within the
Oh, really?
military or
Yeah.
outside?
Outside.
Okay.
Mhm. Where at? Taiwan. Oh, not Taiwan, Thailand. Thailand? Mm-hmm.
When is his contract up?
It's up now.
Did you find, Lisa, they're bringing something?
Yeah, she brought me one.
Oh. Let me go let her know you got something.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Not what I wanted, but better than nothing.
Enjoying himself. Melissa right at 15. 15. And my last one, he's gonna be following me all around all summer. So I'm gonna break. Utah, he's following me. Every trip I have is gone. And it's gonna be a summer of moving around. Yeah, exactly right. Oh, wow. If the pattern is holding up somehow, you can look at it. I don't know how. Look at statistics and see what.
Can do me
I sent it out just a minute ago, from 6 to 6:30, we'll be having a little cocktail time in the main, or just, so we'd love to have you come by.
It is hard. Are you the only board member down here?
Yes, and then,
Is Donovan coming, or?
yeah, Donovan's on his way.
Okay. So Matt, what do you have for dinner tonight? I know you have something planned.
None of your business, he said.
of my school board members today.
Oh, okay, nice.
Guess where I'm going? Yeah.
Huh?
Guess where I'm going?
Where you going?
Roy Holmes.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's why I didn't go last night.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to eat the same place twice.
Don't have the sausage.
Is that what you had, Scott?
I had spaghetti and meatballs, but I had a side of sausage and the sausage was all. Meatballs and the other stuff was good. Jennifer Fennell said it's the best bruschetta she's ever had.
Really?
But 3,500 doesn't look like we can afford fuel. I need to do fuel, so I'm not being off.
Are the microphones still live? Open?
No, man, where do you do right now?
Okay. Because I just got a text saying microphone's alive.
Oh, right now?
Yeah, please do.
backwards.
Madam Chair, we have 9 items on the rules to the agenda. Item number 1.
Item number 1 is a
Thank you.
request to adopt State Board Rule 160-4-2-2.49, high school graduation requirements for students enrolling in the 9th grade for the first time during the 2023-24 school year and subsequent years. This rule is being created to provide clarity on the requirements for a high school diploma and to incorporate necessary updates that have been in effect for several years. Updates provided in the rule include adding new definitions and a table outline of minimum credit requirements for clarity, updating course names to align with new standards that were approved by the state board in recent years, the inclusion of CTAE plus options for credit substitutions, and references to additional diploma options such as accelerated career and work-based learning. This version of the rule maintains the minimum credit requirements for a high school diploma and retains the information from the previous rule relative to students with disabilities. The rule was initiated at the April 2026 board meeting and has been posted for at least 30 days for public review and comments.
Any comments, questions, concerns?
Were there any, I'm sorry, were there any comments? No.
Anyone else? Madam Chair, this one will be pulled for separate votes, so rule adoption. Item number 2.
Item number 2 are the Hunter Safety Education Standards. These standards are being proposed for adoption in order to meet the requirements of Senate Bill 148 from the 2026 legislative session. The standards were developed by the Georgia Department of Education, provide a framework for local school systems to implement Hunter education, aligned with courses offered by the Department of Natural Resources. This course was designed to equip students with critical skills in hunter safety, student safety, outdoor education, and environmental stewardship. The course standards were informed by input from an advisory committee made of experts from the Department of Natural Resources, agriculture, education, educators, and experienced health and physical education educators. The standards were approved for posting at the April 2026 board meeting and have been posted for public review and comment for at least 30 days.
Any questions, comments, concerns?
Any comments on this one? No.
Hearing none, we're going to ask this be added to the consent agenda.
Wow.
Item number 3.
Item number 3, instrument repair 1 through 4 standards. This course proposal was submitted by Gwinnett County Schools and supported by the Fine Arts Advisory Council members to create a new series of courses in instrument repair, which is a high-need field in the music creative industry. Instrument repair supports a well-rounded music program at the high school level and supports essential skills for the workforce outside of music performance. The Standards Committee includes industry professionals and was highly desired as a new course by the school district's fine arts coordinators and music teachers. The standards were initiated at the April 2026 board meeting and have been posted for at least 30 days.
Any questions, comments, concerns about item number 3?
Were there any comments on this one?
No comments.
No comments.
Anybody else? Madam Chair, we ask that item number 3 be added to the consent agenda.
Wow.
Item number 4.
Item number 4 is a request to initiate State Board Rule 160-5-4-.16, Educational Facility Site Construction and Reimbursement. This rule amendment is being requested for initiation, which means that if it is approved, it will be posted for at least 30 days for public review and comments. State Board Rule 160-5-4-.16, Educational Facility Site Construction and Reimbursement, is being amended to update capital outlay construction reimbursement rates, which have been reviewed annually but have not been updated since 2012. Updating the capital outlay construction reimbursement rates will further support school systems in their construction planning decisions to foster safe, healthy, and positive climates in every school. If approved, this rule amendment will be posted for at least 30 days for public review and comments.
Any questions, comments, concerns on number 4?
Rich?
Yes.
I'm curious how the new reimbursement rates were tabulated. How did we come up with the new number?
I believe we have one for our facilities team online.
Yes. Can you all hear me? Okay. This is Todd Kaysen, Director of Facility Transportation. What we did, sir, is we polled several architect firms and construction management firms to identify what the general statewide construction costs were for the different items that are listed in our guidelines. And from that, we formalized a method to determine what the average increase would be for each of those categories. So basically, we use information from those who are in the fields now working, and we took that and we tried to stay within that 40% to 50%, 40%, a little bit more, 40% reimbursement level. And of course, construction projects and construction costs have increased drastically in the last several years.
So you feel like you got a good sample to determine a reasonable amount?
Yes, sir. If I understand your question right, yes, sir. We, for example, we currently reimburse for new construction at $80 a square foot, but it costs, for example, for an elementary school, the average cost per square foot now is almost $300 a square foot. And so we were only reimbursing at about $80 a square foot. So we looked at those costs coming from North Georgia, Middle Georgia, and South Georgia, and took an average of that cost and then tried to stay in that 40% reimbursement, which would be about $120 a square foot for state reimbursement.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments on item number 4? Hearing none, we ask that item number 4 be added to the consent agenda. Item number 5?
Item number 5 is a request to initiate State Board Rule 160-4-2-.40, Georgia Early Literacy and Dyslexia Requirements. Again, this rule amendment is being requested for initiation, which means that if approved, it will be posted for at least 30 days for public review and comments. State Board Rule 160-4-2-.40, Georgia Early Literacy and Dyslexia Requirements, is being amended to ensure that it aligns with the provisions and changes outlined in House Bill 1193, the Georgia Early Literacy Act of 2026, which was passed during the 2026 General Assembly. Updates to this rule include adding new definitions, requirements, and restrictions related to the 3 queuing system and unified literacy plans, updating the definition of dyslexia and the characteristics of universal reading screeners, and incorporating information about school-based literacy coaches into the section on training and instructional support for teachers. If approved, this rule will be posted for at least 30 days for public review and comments.
Any questions, comments, or concerns about item number 5? Hearing none, we ask that that be added to the consent agenda, Mr. Chair. Item number 6?
Item number 6 is a request to initiate State Board Rule 160-4-2-.11, promotion, placement, and retention. Again, this rule amendment is being requested for initiation, which means that if approved, it will be posted for at least 30 days for public review and comments. State Board Rule 160-4-2-.11, promotion, placement, and retention is being amended to ensure that it aligns with the provisions outlined in House Bill 1193, the Georgia Early Literacy Act of 2026. House Bill 1193 added the requirement that to be eligible for enrollment in the first grade of a state-supported primary grades program, a child shall be assessed for readiness by teachers and other personnel of the local school system or public school, and that such assessment shall include the first grade readiness assessment adopted by the State Board of Education pursuant to OCGA Section 20-2-281, which we know as GKIDS, and a universal reading screener adopted by the State Board of Education pursuant to OCGA Section 20-2-153.1. The law also added requirements for interventions, parent notifications, and placement committee determinations for children who were assessed for first grade readiness and identified as significantly at risk of not attaining grade level reading proficiency. Updates to this rule include adding definitions for significantly at risk of not attaining grade level reading proficiency, as well as tiered reading intervention plan, including requirements for eligibility to enroll in the first grade and procedures for assessing readiness for first grade and for appropriately determining promotion to higher grade levels. Also included are provisions for implementing intervention plans for students as deemed appropriate based on the results of readiness assessments. If approved, this rule will be posted for at least 30 days for public review and comment.
Any questions, comments, or concerns about item number 6? Hearing none, Madam Chair, we ask that that be added to the consent agenda as well. Item number 7.
Item number 7 is a request to initiate State Board Rule 160-3-1-.07, testing programs, student assessment. This rule amendment is being requested for initiation, which means that if approved, it will be posted for at least 30 days for public review and comment. State Board Rule 160-3-1-.07, testing programs, student assessment, is being amended to ensure that it aligns with the provisions outlined in House Bill 1193, the Georgia Early Literacy Act of 2026. House Bill 1193 added requirements that to be eligible for enrollment in the first grade of the state-supported primary programs, a child should be assessed for readiness by teachers and other personnel of the local school system or public school, and that such assessment shall include the first grade readiness assessment adopted by the State Board of Education pursuant to OCGA Section 20-2-281, and a universal reading screener adopted by the State Board of Education pursuant to OCGA Section 20-2-153.1. Updates to this rule include adding the definition of universal reading screener, to provide clarity on the administration of reading screeners, and to retract the allowance of an exemption from any part of the GKIDS assessment, now that the GKIDS assessment is a requirement for eligibility for first grade enrollment. If approved, the rule will be posted for at least 30 days for public comment and review.
Any questions, comments, or concerns about item number 7? Hearing none, we ask that item number 7 be added to the consent agenda. Item number 8.
Item number 8 is a request to approve the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program 2026-2027 private schools. The official code of Georgia Annotated, Section 20-2-2115, requires the State Board of Education to authorize private schools that will be eligible to participate in the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program. The new private schools on the attached list meet the requirements of rule and law to provide services through the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program. Once authorized by the State Board of Education, the new private schools will be added to the list of participating private schools and will be eligible to begin accepting scholarship students in the 2026-2027 school year.
Any questions, concerns, or comments about item number 8?
Rich? Yes. I'm curious what the minimum qualifications are. But we do this about 2 to 3 times a year, and there's always 5 to 10 seems like being added. I'm just curious.
The minimum qualifications are that the school has a physical location for the students to be able to attend, and that they have a year of viable financial assets as determined by CPA.
That's it. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else on item number 8? Hearing none, we ask that item number 8 be added to the consent agenda. Item number 9.
Item number 9 is a request to remove a school from the Special Needs Scholarship Program. The official code of Georgia Annotated, Section 20-2-2115, requires the State Board of Education to authorize private schools that will be eligible to participate in the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program. The department concluded an investigation regarding a complaint that Savannah Legacy Academy, a private school that was authorized by the board in 2008 to participate in the GSNS program. The department finds that Savannah Legacy Academy has violated the requirements for processing Georgia Special Needs Scholarship payments for the last 6 years through the fraudulent endorsement of scholarship checks, and is sending the matter further to the State Inspector General for further review. If this recommendation is approved, Savannah Legacy Academy will be prohibited from accepting Georgia Special Needs Scholarship students, beginning with the 2026-27 school year.
Any questions, comments, or concerns on item number 9?
How did this go on for 6 years?
So the way the scholarship, you have to physically send checks to the school, and by law it says that parents have to restrictively endorse those checks. So what happens is we mail the checks to the school, and then the parents come to the school to sign the checks, and then the checks then go into the school account. So we don't see the checks again, and so we received a complaint from a parent. So when we asked them to go through and see the checks, we saw that the checks were signed by, appeared to be signed by the same person. facilities.
Any other questions, comments on item number 9?
Well, whoever found it, good job. Yep.
All right, hearing none, we ask that item number 9 be added to the consent agenda, and that concludes the business of the Rules Committee.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Valdez. So all, let's see, number 1 is a separate vote, and 2 through 9 are consent agenda.
Correct.
Okay. All right, well, we've got 13 minutes before we can start our audit committee. Everybody's stretch their legs one more time.
Time's fair.
Warsaw and Sweden.
All right. We will now turn it over to
How you doing, Eddie?
audit.
All right. Audits. Item 1. Rusk.
Yeah, I've got numerous changes. I kind of went the last couple months so that I can make sure I got all the different changes on Senate Bill 68. I'll start out with one of the ads was Bibb County. They were added to the monitor. We're still waiting on their corrective action plans. We also have Campbell County. They were added as also as monitor, and we're still waiting on their corrective action plan. We've got Gainesville City. They were added as monitor as well. They do not have their corrective action plan. Lawrence County has been added as monitor, and we do not have their corrective action plan. We did get the corrective action plan of Quitman County, and it does appear to adequately address these financial concerns. We also got the corrective action plan for Scrubbin County, and it does also appear to adequately address the financial concerns. And then for high risk, we got Peach County and Talbot County. We got both of their corrective action plans, and they appear to address the corrective action plans, do address the financial concerns. I would like to make a note on your Senate Bill 68. We're updating the form online, but we have some columns hidden for Dublin City and Twigs. Dublin City's not new, it's been on there as a monitor. The Twigs was added to the monitor. They were added for significant lack of budget and expenditure controls, AP and revenue recognition, and their board approval of transfer of restricted funds. So those will be published out there today, so you can see those. Those are our Senate Bill 68 stuff. We also have Department of Audits. I know some questions may have come up about Twigs or any other audits. If you want, Department of Audits is here and available to answer any questions.
Mr. Johnson.
So as of our last meeting, I had that for 22, that all the audits were done. 23, we had Twigs and Dodge. So those are done. For 24, it was Twigs, Dodge, Dublin City, Dooley, and Lamar.
Yes.
So I guess let's talk about Twigs.
Make my fair statement.
Sure.
Which one did you say again? Sorry.
Let's start with Twigs.
Okay, so Twigs, we have the 23 report. We are waiting on financial statements for FY24 to be able to go in and do their audit. So they have a consultant that's working with them, and we have not received it yet.
Okay. What did the 23 audit for Twigs reveal?
There were findings. I would have to go back and look and see which ones there were exactly. We did not perform that audit. A CPA firm did, and then we're picking up the 24 and 25 audit.
Okay.
But I can get that for you.
Can I see the corrective action plan for Twigs for 23 to 24 is not done?
Mm-hmm.
We haven't received the corrective.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think you've received that yet.
Okay, so we don't have the corrective action plan for 23 for Twigs.
Twigs 23, we just got refunded not long ago.
When's it due?
60 days.
It's 120 days under the old, under Senate Bill 68.
Okay.
60.
This is 60 with the new legislation.
Okay. All right. For 24 Dodge, it's still pending, I believe.
Yes, we are waiting on financial statements for that one as well to be able to go in and do the audit.
Okay. Have they given you an indication of when that's going to be
There
done?
was some
or-
communication back and forth with the consultant performing the financial statements. They asked some questions from the 23 audit. We've answered those questions. I've asked for an estimate, and I haven't heard back yet on when those financial statements will be done.
How long's that been?
It's been a few weeks since the back and forth, and then I did email this morning to try to get an answer ahead of this, but I haven't heard back yet.
Okay.
I can let Russ know as soon as I hear back again.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
And then Dublin City.
So Department of Audits is actually out there doing the FY24 audit currently. We've gotten a large majority of the field work completed, so that's a lot of our testing is done. We have a little bit more testing to do in the payroll area and some expenditures, and then we'll have to come back and kind of assess where everything is for deficiencies in the statements. But we were able to get a lot of documentation prior to the AP clerk leaving, who would have been the last person remaining in the finance department that's been there. So
Okay. Dooley.
Dooley, yes, it is still outstanding. Dooley and Lamar are outstanding. We are not doing those audits. A CPA firm is doing those audits. That's 24.
Right.
Yes, sir. Mhm.
And no update.
I believe they're working on the audits. I'm not sure where they're at on the audits though.
Okay. So not a whole lot to report.
Not on the 24s, no. Well,
Okay.
Upland is moving along, and then as soon as we finish that one, we'll go into the 25 as well from there for them.
Okay. So, just as a recap, are there any 23s remaining?
No.
So all the 23s are now done?
Yes.
So Twigs and Dodge for 23 are done. Now we're just working on 24s.
Correct.
Okay. Are there any others for 24 that you can think of that I didn't mention?
No, that matched my list.
Okay. Twigs, Dodge, Dublin City, Dooley, and Lamar.
Yes.
Okay.
There are a group of 25 that we don't have financial statements for, so their audits are not being included like those. But
I'm not as worried about 25.
they'll probably,
I mean, I think it should be done, but 25 wasn't that long ago.
right.
24 was a long time ago now.
Yeah, these are just ones that if they had their financial statements, their audit would have been done by now, but we can't go do the audit because they don't have financial statements yet.
Well, since you have one, I think it would be good to go over it, so, yeah.
Lincoln County, Wilkinson County, and Hancock County. And then, of course, like Twigs and Dodge, because they would be, we haven't done 24, so we can't do 25 yet.
Anyone else have any other questions? Not the
I have a
list.
question.
Yes, Ms. Gilmore.
I'm looking on here and I see DeKalb County, they're on the high list, and that the audit report due date, let's see, corrective action plan was due on July 25th, 2025. Have you still not received it? The corrective action plan?
That's probably this July, because they went high risk for their
Okay.
25 audit. There was a
Okay.
federal finding that repeated 3 years in a row.
Okay.
So that's probably just a typo, because their
Oh,
audit was
okay, because I'm
out.
looking and
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute,
Because
that's
April,
almost a
May.
year ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because their audit was completed at the end of March of this year.
Okay, because it has on here.
2025.
Yeah, 2025.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
The 2025 audit was completed in March of 2026. Yeah.
Do you mind saying the 25 ones again? I'm sorry.
Sir, you're fine. Lincoln County, Wilkinson County, and Hancock County are the three that are apart from the ones we already discussed with 24 issues.
Because obviously you can't do 25 till you get 24.
Right. Yes, sir.
Right.
Okay.
Does anybody have any other questions?
I do have a question, not particularly for her, maybe for Russ. I'm curious about what our new charge is under the new state law. There was a lot of discussion about the audit committee and some of the fiscal accountability measures the legislature did. What exactly is the charge of the audit committee in the law that we need to comply with?
Yeah, I've actually got a couple slides here, for each of the different, so there's House Bill 1164, and then Senate Bill 472. Under House Bill 1164, I'll just kind of read some of the state work responsibilities. We've got, meet no less than 6 times each fiscal year. Representative from the Department of Audits and the state charter schools shall be in attendance. Responsible for, at a minimum, reviewing reports on fiscal conditions of local school systems, state charter schools, and completion schools that are designated as high and moderate risk.
Okay, can I pause you there? So review of financial statements. Is that what it said?
Conditions.
Review of conditions.
Review of reports of conditions.
Okay, so how do you read that? Like, what exactly do we need to do there?
So with some of this new legislation, there's going to be reports generated, not just the Senate Bill 68, which is going to have a whole new tiered system of how districts are ranked, moderate and high risk. There's also going to be reports from the state benefit plan, the TRS and ERS reconcile payments to make sure that districts aren't falling behind. So those will be the reports that will be provided at the audit committee.
Okay.
Is there any way for us to receive those reports prior to the audit committee meeting? Or any information that we can receive, because, you know, just getting all of this during the middle of the audit committee meeting, there's really no assessment that a committee can do.
So part of the law is the reports for the SHBP, TRS, and ERS will be collected twice a year. So twice a year, you'll get the reconciliation.
Okay.
So then the Senate 68, I can work with Jason on the audit committee and get those reports together.
Okay, that'd be great, thank
It
you.
would be helpful to have something to review.
Right.
And maybe have a tracking list of all the ones that aren't done and have updates of what we know instead of just going over it during the committee meeting.
Well, I think in the new tiered system, there is if they do not have their audit completed, so even the 25 audits under the new system would go automatically to high risk.
They're fine if they're not audit ready by December 31st, then certified they are, they would be on high risk.
So the Senate 68 will document outstanding audits.
Say that one more time. I have to be ready for audit when?
So under House Bill 1164, school districts will have to do 2 certifications on an annual basis on December 31st. The first one is that they're gonna certify that they're not behind on payments to those vendors that Russ just mentioned. So looking to make sure no one's behind on benefit payments again. So they have to certify to that. And then the other piece is they have to certify that they're audit ready. And so the law kind of charges the Department of Audits with defining audit ready. And that's something that we're working on now. We'll be providing more information. But if they're not audit ready or they don't certify that they're audit ready by December 31st, the law states they're automatically designated as high risk. So they would go in probably the tier 3. It's in the new law, there's 4 tiers. They would be high risk and there would be some consequences and additional reporting they would have to do.
So you're saying they have to report that they're audit ready December 31st, let's just say 2025 for the 24-25 school year?
So they're gonna have to do it, let's just use coming up. So they would have to, this December 31st, 2026, they will certify that they're ready for their FY 26 audit. So they will have 6 months from the day of the end of the fiscal year to be ready to audit.
And now there is a deadline to have the audit.
That actually,
Whereas
there's
before
always
it's not.
been a deadline. Their financial statements are due December 31st under DOE. There's a rule, I don't know the proper terminology, but they're required to, but there's no, teeth to it. There's no consequences to it now, but now there's, consequences to not being on time.
So what happens if a district is not on time with their audit now?
I know you're gonna quote me on that. I need a copy of my law. So under the moderate, there's things like they're gonna have to do more detailed reporting out to their board on a monthly basis. They have to publish certain things on their website. I have to get the law in front of me. There's a whole host of moderate and high. They would, at the high risk though, that's when you can start superintendent's contracts can not go any longer than 12 months. Board members can be suspended with pay. That's when you get to that high risk tier. So there are several things that occur for sure.
Okay. So I guess my follow-up question will be to Finna and Jason.
Oh, yeah, QB meetings.
When will be our first true audit committee under the new law? At what point do we think we're gonna have that? August, September?
Later this year.
Okay.
Yeah, that House Bill 1164 is in effect July 1st, and that's the one that has the audit committee in it for 6 times a year. So.
Okay.
Because it doesn't say it has to be, 6 months in a row consecutive.
It's just 6 times per year.
6 times in a fiscal year, right.
Fiscal year.
And that, the punitive steps, like you mentioned, removing board members, that's our responsibility? Or whose responsibility?
No, I think it's a recommendation, right?
Yeah, it's a recommendation.
We have to submit a report, and it's still, the governor is the one that does the removal, takes those acts. But it's our recommendation that we make. That's why I want to delay this, and I've spoken with Finn about this. I want to make sure that we know exactly what we're tasked with, so when we start doing the new and improved audit committee meetings that we're tasked under this new law to do, we know exactly what it is. Because there may be a couple of districts that right out of the gate, we've got to start looking into.
Would it be possible, whenever the first meeting is, to have someone from AG's office or someone to come and give us a briefing of what our new charge is?
I think it's great.
Because I'm still, I've read the law, but I am a little murky on exactly what we are supposed to be doing.
And we all know what the intent, and it's, there's the two laws that are in tandem. There was the House bill and the Senate bill, and one kind of set everything forth, and then the other one gives it the teeth. And so, and one came out of, the one that came out of the Senate was from Larry Walker and Matt Hatchett, and the one that came out of the House was Will Wade. I'd love to, and I've chatted a little bit with them, but now that it's here and it's signed and it's reality, maybe even having them, invite them to come and
That'd be great.
give us an idea of the legislative intent behind it. Again, we all know it. It's just good to hear it from the authors, I think, before we really delve into this. Maybe at our September meeting they can come, because we're not going to meet in July, and then in August we're going to be Cave Spring. Maybe September.
So if the report from TRS and state health benefits only do, does the law say the timing, or does it say every 6 months?
180 days, I believe, the law says.
6 months.
And they have to be within not delinquent in the last 120 days, I believe is what the law says.
So the law goes
It just
into
says twice,
effect.
yeah, it goes into days in there.
If the law goes into effect July 1, then we should get a report before the end of the year?
That would be, yeah, I would assume so. I'm not an attorney either, but the way I read the law, that's how I would assume.
Okay.
And then they're gonna have to turn around and certify they're not delinquent on December 31st as well. And then the law states that the board will share those reports with like DOA and I think a couple other entities as well. Because we're not getting those reports, I guess, because y'all are gonna get them directly, and then, so there's gonna be information sharing back and forth. There's a lot to both of these bills.
Okay. Then one more, then I'm done. Christie, is Rusk's office gonna lead this, audit committee function from a staff perspective?
So when you're looking at a lot of this work shifts to the Department of Audits now, so we actually have a meeting set up with them next week to, that's sort of like how we're working with goes on the literacy legislation, like who is responsible for what and what staff is responsible. It's the same thing with the audits work now, because now the Department of Audits has a lot of oversight of what is in legislation. So Russ staff will continue to be, the point person there, but the Department of Audits was given additional staff to help with a lot of this work, and we're still determining with them whose responsibility is what. We'll make sure once we have that flow chart, and we'll have the AG's office review to make sure we're in compliance with the law, and we'll let you guys know.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else have any more questions about the SB 68, the new and improved audits committee? What we're tasked to do. If not, we'll move on to, I guess, Talbot County.
Dave Russell is here from Malden Jenkins to give us our quarterly update on Talbot's financial progress.
Does my clicker work?
Okay. Good afternoon, Audit Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide you an update on Talbot County's financial progress. I'd also like to note Superintendent Taylor from Talbot County is in the room with us this afternoon and is also available to answer questions. As a brief reminder, Malden Jenkins was brought in last summer by the State Board of Education to try to get a more up-to-date sense. All right. I'm going to keep going more messes with that. If not, I can just keep going to. Perfect. Yep. To get an updated sense of where Talbot's financial progress was, given the number of audit findings they have had for consecutive years and the delay in getting those audits completed. So we came in last summer and early into last school year and gave an updated report that progress was being made, but they still had some challenges. We ended up giving them approximately 21 recommendations on items they needed to continue to work on to continue to enhance operations and ensure they were in meeting practice compliance, not just bare minimum audit compliance. So, next slide. We've broken up the updates today into a couple of different buckets. The first is administrative progress. As we mentioned last time, Superintendent Taylor was put into office in the last 6 months. He is continuing to attend monthly superintendent trainings with Chattahoochee, Flint, and RESA, including financial reviews with them. Additionally, the CFO is planning to apply for GASBO's District Financial Officer Certification Program. It is application-based. There are limited seats, but he's hoping to apply and get into that program to continue his education, continue to get more education-specific accounting knowledge and experience. The district has, and this is the next slide, has also contracted with GSBA for strategic plan update development. They are doing a more comprehensive strategic plan update. I have spoken with the team at GSBA who's doing it, and what we're going to do is take some of these outstanding recommendations and integrate them as KPIs and benchmarks in their strategic plan so that there is more visibility and accountability and making sure the things we're working on are communicated to stakeholders and the public, and that the updates and progress are also part of that process as well. They think they're going to have the first version of the plan in early fall. We're continuing to check in with them as we make progress on the financial side so that they're aware of what we've completed, what we've added to the list, and where we are on those items, so it's reflected accordingly in the plan. On the next slide, for board updates, the board has also contracted with GSBA for governance updates. Historically, they would ask GSBA to come in and do limited policy updates based on legislative or state board action. They are doing a more comprehensive review this year, looking at every policy as it stands right now, looking at does it make sense, is it strategically in the best interest of the board, and not just making sure they're kind of checking those legal boxes of compliance. Their next meeting with the GSBA team is June 22nd, so I'll be following up with them after that to understand what policies are in draft status and when those will be ready to present to their board, so that we can continue to do the procedural and the format updates after that. Go back, sorry, I still got more on that one. So for documentation updates, when we came on site last year, everything was paper. Everything was stacks and file cabinets and file folders, and it was not well organized. They have since created an electronic server, and they've started scanning all of the FY26 documentation in an organized, kind of more standardized format. They're also doing that while doing a documentation review. They've had documentation issues in the past with their AP and AR, so as they're scanning this, they're using this as kind of an internal audit opportunity to say, do we have a copy of the purchase order? Do we have a copy of the check that we wrote? Do we have all of the supporting documentation for each of these expenses? So they're working on that. They are going to, as of July 1, be doing it live. So rather than doing it on a catch-up mode, as they're issuing check runs every week or 2 weeks, they will be scanning and updating everything electronically as those payments are issued. And then on the next slide, HR position updates, they hired a new payroll specialist, so they're adding a payroll position within the district. I met her when I was on site and taught it last week. She's been the one doing some of this scanning, so that's a good kind of secondary check of someone who hasn't been involved in writing the checks or issuing AR, looking at it from a neutral outsider's perspective as she's scanning it. Once they get her fully trained in her payroll specialist position, they're going to be shifting some other things to create more segregation of duties, to create more checks and balances, and how their finances are being handled as well. Next slide. On the audit, their FY24 audit is done. There are still issues. There are still findings and federal concerns there. They are in process for their FY25 audit. So we're going to wait and see if they've made that progress so that we are up to date on the most recent available audit. I don't know the exact timeline for that. Obviously, it's dependent on the district continuing to provide information to the Department of Audits, who has about 3,000 other things they're doing right now too. They also completed their cross-functioning review, which is their federal programs review. There were still some issues there, but they were less significant than they have been in previous years. So again, incremental progress in that area as well. P cards were a large area of concern for us when we came on site. What they have done since putting Superintendent Taylor in place, they are down to one P card currently. Superintendent does not hold a P card. They have one person with a P card, one person reconciling all of the purchases made on that card, and then Superintendent Taylor is currently the secondary reviewer and approver of all of those expenses. Once they get that payroll specialist trained, they'll be able to completely overhaul their P card program, where they have a P card administrator who is separate from the card holders, who can serve as that additional level of match and still have the superintendent be that secondary reviewer and approver as well. And then, next slide. When we last came before you, we had a few deliverables we were working on for the district. One of those was a policy and process gap analysis, where we looked at every single piece of written documentation they had. And we compared that to GAP, to GASB, to the local administration guidance that the state issues to all of the local districts. Leading processes their own board policies, and we gapped everything out. What do they have? What do they have that's not accurate? What do they have nothing on, but either the state, their policy, or GASB says they should? So ultimately, we found 12 policies that either didn't exist and should, or did not reflect current standards. We found 21 procedures that didn't exist in any format, or that needed to be updated, and 21 forms or templates that were either referenced in the board policy in an existing process or were required by the state. So we've given them all of those things, as well as some additional leading practice policies and practices that we would recommend, just looking at what we've seen in more successful and financially compliant districts. So we took that gap analysis, we took what we understood about their current operations, and we have drafted an administrative manual for the district. Right now, it's about 30 pages. A lot of that is placeholder for the procedures they need to develop, but we have written down their current operating practices, where they exist, and where we believe they're strong enough to continue with some tweaks and refinements. And then we're going to wait until we have all of that information back from GSBA on the strategic plan and on the additional board policies. And then we'll continue to refine the procedures, the forms, the templates, the additional checks and balances, once we have that framework of board policies that GSBA recommends. And then on the next slide, the other thing we mapped was a RACI that kind of looked at their segregation of duties and their internal controls. And as expected, we flagged some spots where people had more authority than they should, had the opportunity to take part in multiple steps in a process, which would violate internal controls. We've provided that to them. And again, as I noted, that payroll specialist position, we've kind of mapped out where we're hoping to plug that person in to mitigate some of those issues, to enhance those controls, so that they're more in line with expectations and requirements. And then next slide. So this is where we are right now. We are working on kind of the policies, procedures, and the templates, getting all of that fully developed and robustly implemented within the district. We're working with GSBA to understand their timing, to understand which policies they're taking a look at and will recommend for update by the board, and to understand when the board will review and adopt those changes. What we started doing is the scaffolding right now. There are certain things they're going to have to do. It doesn't matter how the board feels about it. We've put those things into place in writing. We're having conversations with the district about how we operationalize that with the staff that they have, how we make sure we have those segregations of duties. We have that continuity of operations. If someone leaves, everything's evidence-based and documented so that they can continue to operate. And then as we're doing that, we're keeping in touch with the GSBA strategic plan team, so that when the strategic plan is finalized in the fall, it reflects the current state, is very candid about the work that continues to need to be done, and creates reasonable benchmarks and updates to the public about their efforts. I will pause there. What questions can I or Superintendent Taylor answer for y'all?
Anyone? Mr. Donaldson?
So when you have a small organization,
Yes.
you're gonna have internal control
Challenge.
issues.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so how do you balance that with a small finance staff who literally probably is one or two people?
Sure.
And then also provide your audit function?
Sure. So part of it is that's part of the reason they added the payroll specialist position. So they will now have 2 people doing payroll who also can assist with certain financial functions. They're also using their executive assistant for certain key card reconciliation and mail receiving processes. Our goal right now is to remove the superintendent's position from day-to-day internal controls functions and have them be that compensating control, that secondary reviewer and appraiser. Where that's not feasible, what we'll explore is either their continued use of a contract financial accountant and support specialist, or leverage board review as an additional secondary approval for things that we can't create adequate internal controls with their staffing level.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Any questions?
I'll just make a statement. I applaud the work that's been done. I know you got a long way to go, but there's no question you're making an effort to make a difference and gain support back to the community and make the best for the students that are there. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
For the good of the committee, does anyone else have any other Yes, we'd love to hear from you, just briefly. Okay. Not to put you on the spot, but just, we appreciate you coming over.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak. We got an uphill battle, but I'm willing to take on that battle and make sure that we do everything that we can to move Thompson County in the right direction. You know, looking at every piece and trying to make sure we're moving every part of our school in the right direction. So I'm committed. Been on the job 5.5 months. Got a lot of stuff going on, but it's moving us in the right direction, and that's what I want for Thompson County, students in Thompson County.
Good. Does anybody have any comments or questions? Again, thank you. We appreciate everything you're doing, trying to do. Everybody, I know it's a team effort. It's a long time coming. And I know that you're, rolled your sleeves up and doing what you can.
Yes, sir.
So, and there's a lot of work still to be done, but you're doing a great job. We appreciate it. If you need anything, let us know.
Will do.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else that, for the good of the board, I think that concludes Audit Committee.
Okay, Mr. Donaldson?
Right on time, that's impressive.
How we do? Well, Rich gave me a hard time at my last committee. And over.
It's amazing how quickly things move with the vice chair.
Telling you.
They just move right along. Just smooth.
Happens.
Finger on silent.
Oh, I see it.
Okay, very good. Okay, nice.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay. I do have something. He lives in Georgia.
He does live in Georgia. Did you ask?
Yes, I did. Hey, Jason.
30 hours?
He lives in Georgia.
Huh?
He
lives in Georgia. He doesn't fly back to Alabama.
Oh, he lives in Georgia.
Plane. What a unique concept.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to introduce Commander. Hang on. Thank you for allowing me to have the U.S. Air Force 336 Recruiting Squadron be with us today. I'm going to let them take the floor.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lieutenant Colleen Boucher, Commander of 336 Recruiting Squadron. With me here today is Senior Master Sergeant Aretha Richardson, our Production Superintendent, and Master Sergeant Guillermo Mejia, local recruiting flight chief. And I'm here to give you a brief on Air Force recruiting. Today I'd like to tell you about my organization, Recruit Area Responsibility, some of the challenges we face in our mission, recruit process, and our high school program. Slide, please. So Air Force recruiting is the talent acquisition business for the world's greatest Air Force and Space Force. So 336 RCS for the Hawks. So our mission is to identify, inspire, and recruit the next generation of highly qualified lethal airmen and guardians today and tomorrow in our communities and in Pennsylvania. Next, our area responsibility. Air Force recruiting is one of the most publicly facing entities of the Air Force. So the slide on the left shows you our offices in Georgia. My area responsibility consists of Charleston, Macon, Columbus, Tallahassee, Clearwater, Daytona Beach, Jacksonville, Savannah, and all the Air Force recruiting offices in between. Another one of this point of the slide is to tell you that the Air Force recruiters are the best Air Force in the DOW or DOD, at least that's what we think. Because we have to cover more ground and recruit more recruits than our service counterparts have to. So Air Force recruiters, we have the lowest density presence of all the services. We have to manage more recruits, and we're often the hardest to get a hold of. Sometimes a recruiter from a branch will give a bad impression and diminish a relationship with the school, restricting access and cooperation. So one of my goals here today is to solidify a relationship with our local schools. Slide, please. Okay, in this graphic we'd like to use to depict another one of our challenges. So talent environment. Not all recruits are academically able to join the service or the military. They're not eligible based on character, medically qualified, or just inclined to join. Recruits sometimes have trouble passing the ASVAB. Recruits also have to be within a certain body mass index.
Law violations, debt, tattoos, being a single parent are also disqualifying for service. And there's less direct knowledge about the military today than previous years, despite available information. So another one of my goals is to increase transparency and trust with our local public to overcome this challenge. I'll now turn over to Senior Master Richardson to go over the process.
Good afternoon, and I am Sierra Sergeant Richardson, as my boss just stated. So the recruit process, I won't go over the step-by-step process, but what I will emphasize is our ambassadors program, which is a program that we offer to juniors, students when they're in their junior year, and the benefit to the ambassadors program is a student will have the ability to choose from their top 5 jobs as opposed to their top 10 as any other applicant would have to choose from. And they also have the benefit of securing a, essentially you're securing your college, your college education, because we have the CCAF. We're paying 100% of your college tuition through tuition assistance, so they don't have to worry about applying for schools. And you have already secured your career in your junior year while your peers are weighing their options. They don't know what they're going to do next. Again, that's the benefit of that program. And a lot of students aren't familiar. They wait until, okay, it is my senior year. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how I'm going to cover college, and it delays their process. All right, next slide. Okay, so partnering with educators. So you all are our #1 influencers in the school. So educators, counselors, any faculty members are our #1 influencers, and we want to give back to you all. We want to support you all. Oftentimes we'll have a recruiter that goes into the school who are fitness instructors. They are certified fitness instructors, so we can help out with diet, workout routines. We also have financial literacy that we can discuss with your classes, give you relief by presenting throughout the day. So if you want to focus on administrative tasks, grading papers, getting ready for the next quarter, we have done that throughout the school year. So you all have that ability with us. Again, we want to let you all know we're not just there to recruit, right? We are recruiters, but that's not the only thing that we're there for. Every student won't join the Air Force. Every student isn't qualified for the Air Force, right? You may already have a scholarship. Again, how can we help you with that? Most of our recruiters have their degrees, right? That's an associate's, bachelor's, master's. Most of our recruiters at that point are well educated. So let's talk about our experience. Are you having, anxiety about starting college, or what is your next step? So again, just wanting to be that support, not just there to recruit. We are there for that, but we also want to be a benefit to your students and to you all as well. What is it that is? Okay, so the ASVAB, I'm sure you all are familiar with the ASVAB as well. Again, it is a vocational and aptitude test. It's a military test, but it could also help them with career exploration in any career field, whether you decide to go to the military or not. And also, as I spoke on, our educational benefits. So our tuition assistance is a full ride scholarship. Essentially, we're covering your housing, your food, and 100% of your education is paid for. The CCAF, you start receiving college credits in basic training, and you continue receiving those college credits through your admission training. All right, and that is all that I have on the education opportunity research.
Yeah, well, this is the highlight. Our average Air Force recruit, we focus on them being an airman first, so we have them list 10 jobs. So So another benefit to the, starting to join the Air Force as a junior is you get more of a choice. So we value our high school talent, so we only have those 5 jobs. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of other educational benefits to the Air Force, which I'm sure you're well aware of. But yeah, I think that's all we have to present. We'll open up to any questions that you guys have for us.
Dr. Oliver, when you go back to the slide where it says their pool of private, that's staggering to me. I've seen this before, so I've had a little bit of heads up. You know, only 1.5%, essentially, give or take, is actually academically qualified and eligible.
That's right.
Of a pool of 21 million. That's so you're constantly having to weed out seems a poor word, but you're having to see who can actually make it to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's every 3 to 7 applicants somewhere in between there that has an initial appointment with the recruiter. Of those 3 to 7, only 1 actually gets to join the Air Force because maybe they're medically qualified, just can't pass the ASVAB. Or sometimes they start the recruitment process, but then they lose their motivation.
And that's a part of the benefit that I was speaking of, sorry, just that I know you all do college prep, but the ASVAB is based on 9th and 10th grade level English and math, so it's not challenging math. And it is very surprising how many applicants cannot pass a basic ASVAB test. So we have to refer them to the Army, or we ask them to retest, and we offer study material, but it is alarming how many applicants cannot pass the basic.
Is that the not passing? Is that based on a region, or is it like in the southeast, or does some regions perform better than others?
100%. So the more affluent areas are going to have the higher scores. Looking at.
Yeah, that's a national picture. So just anecdotally, I know our counterparts in the Mississippi Delta area, I know they have a lot of difficulty with that passing. So yeah, there's probably a correlation between success in public schools and the ability to pass the ASVAB.
But I'm just curious, just for the hell of it, what's, I guess, the importance of having tattoos or not?
Oh, so yeah, if you have you can have like a face tattoo. So yeah, we have a dress code in the military.
Okay.
So yeah, there's certain tattoos that I can waive, but there's
got it. Okay.
So yeah, there's some tattoos that I can't.
Got it.
So, Lieutenant Colonel O'Shea, Leonte is the most fit state. So he may be asking. Of all of us, he's the most fit.
I still might have a chance to live out my dream.
I think you're still in that age bracket.
Well, I'm in the age bracket, but BMI.
We'll get you there.
Yeah, we'll get you to work out with
It'll be
Leonte. Personal trainer Leonte.
Yeah, so you can have full sleeves now, and that updated maybe about 4 years ago. So we were more restrictive with tattoos, but we were missing out on a lot of talent with that restriction. So we updated, you can have full sleeves as long as there's nothing that's visible on the V of your neck.
Got it.
And there's, I think, a quarter size behind your ear.
Got it.
That's what's authorized now.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
How do y'all work with JROTC? I mean, recruits don't have to come out of JROTC.
No, ma'am, and we were actually discussing that outside. Most of the applicants that we receive are outside of the JROTC program. It's a small percentage that we get from JROTC, so when we ask to support you all, so we're looking for those vocational courses, your advanced courses, engineering, aviation type geared applicants. Because JROTC, you would think that they want to serve, but a lot of them aren't qualified.
Yeah, they're a different part of ATC that manages those programs. I'm a big fan of them. It's not the Air Force program, but my brother, he was in the Young Marines, the Marines version of JROTC, and he joined the high school or started the process when he was 17. Man.
There's a state senator, Senator Harvin, and he's been trying to get a bill passed to require that every high school student takes the ASVAB. Or, and he said even if he doesn't require that they take it, that it's an option open to them, and that will open up an opportunity for them to see where they qualify to go into the different areas of the Air Force, Army, Navy, whatever. And also the tattoos, they can't have it on their saluting hand either.
They can, as long as it's within, I think 25% of the exposed hand, and the commander can waive that as well. So if he thinks that it's within good Air Force image, he could waive that as well. So it's case by case basis.
Okay, it is, okay, all right.
We just spent an hour talking about flexibility, so I'm glad they're giving you
There's still space for you, Mr. Donaldson. And they even have a name for it, Space Force.
You're almost signed up, you're almost signed up.
I just wanna, I know you talked about the ASVAB, and you talked about a lot of people not being eligible. It was based off of a 9th and 10th grade educational standards and framework. Who's responsible for assessing that? And I know we talked about, you know, the different regions of the United States where there could be a higher percentage pass rate and, you know, a failure rate in different parts. Who's responsible for assessing all of those tests?
Good question. So while we care about the ASVAB, it's not my mission directly. It's a METCOM's mission, so Military Entrance Processing Command. It's a separate entity. You know, they're supposed to be like be like a double-blind, not biased entity within the military. They're under the Department Secretary of War now. So yes, it's their job to test and administer the ASVAB. So not my mission directly, but we support it. We care about it.
Just or would that statistic be in support of something, or like are you just curious for the school zone?
Well, I'm curious because I want to see, you know, that increase. And, you know, as we talk about all of the flexibility that's given to help kids achieve, you know, with that understanding that the military is receiving those kids who graduate who may have had those additional supports and all of the flexibility that got them across the finish line. So.
But yeah, one thing I could do is, with the board's permission, I could give you some more information on the ASVAB, or it's called the Career Exploration Program.
Have them take the test.
Yes.
That
would be my recommendation, sir, is to have them take the test as early on as possible. I think you all may offer their sophomore year. I think something like that. So they can take the test as many times as possible. At least they can see where their weaknesses and strengths are. And if they go to the local recruiter office, we can help them study material as well. And for school, it will show you what their weaknesses are as well.
Yeah, there's example questions online. So yeah, that's something you guys want to look into. Is the public curriculum matching, or you know, for teaching the students to be able to pass the test?
Is there any opportunity for them to take it in middle school?
No, ma'am.
And why not?
There's just a lot. You have to be 17. Yes, ma'am, and I would have to look into the why behind that.
Well, we might need some flexibility there.
Yes.
Just because, I mean, if you're waiting to that point and they're already not qualified, it would be advantageous, I would think, to offer that opportunity where they can work on strengthening if they're interested before they get to the point of, now I can't do it.
Yes, ma'am.
They can take U Science in middle school, that would give
That's
them an
available.
aptitude of what, where they might be leading.
Okay.
Yeah, there's different question banks than you find in the ASVAB than the SAT. Like there's mechanical, electrical type questions. So, but with their parents' permission, there are example questions online, and I think not every question, but yeah, there's some example questions there. We can give that link to you guys.
So besides the things we talked about, how can we help? What can we do to help?
So yeah, there's one thing that we talk about is, recruiter access. So, just today, one of my recruiters asking me, she was asking her local school, for, a student list. So it's, from what we understand, it's, a list of information that the school will provide to universities. So the way we understand, the US code is that if a school provides certain information to universities, that they also provide it to the school. So there might be an information, or they also provide it to the recruiter. So yeah, areas like that, if a recruiter goes to their school asking for information that they provide to colleges and university, that the school also gives that information to my recruiter.
Okay. Christy, can you check on that? What? I'm sorry?
I thought that was already required.
But a lot of schools push back. I get calls all the time from,
Really?
from the Army recruiters and all, asking me if I can call because they won't give them access.
Yeah.
So we can do our part with that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. A lot of my recruiters, they're, we spend hundreds of thousands, if not in some cases millions of dollars training them. And they deploy to common environments. And when they come back, they sign up to be recruiters. And then when they come into some schools, not everybody, but schools say, okay, just sit in the corner of the cafeteria. But yeah, if just asking schools to work with the recruiter, if the recruiter wants to present information, we allow the recruiter to present information versus kind of standing in the corner.
Flexibility.
Yeah.
Flexibility.
Access. Access.
Well, thank y'all for being here.
Yes,
And,
yeah.
Madam Chair, you mind if we take a picture with the state board?
Oh, awesome.
All right.
I can go get Jason, he's actually down the hall.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Should we go in that room? Is that
That
over there?
actually is a great
Is that
idea,
the
so
bed?
you can
Yeah.
spread out a little more.
Yeah.
Where, I pointed that at.
But we need to
Oh,
close
you want the,
curtains.
okay.
Need to close the
He
curtains.
says
Got,
he
need to
wants-
close
Oh, you
curtains.
think the light's gonna be too much?
Well, they've got a
I don't-
room-
I don't think
so.
so. The
The
curtains are
photo room
closed.
looks like it's open.
It's
Better.
a big open space, so you guys could really arrange.
But you're wanting that screen in it, right?
That's fine,
Okay.
I'll bring.
We tried.
He's still down there, not on.
Huh? Not working?
Yeah, far be it from me to get this one.
Yeah, I want you to bring your hand.
That's some Panama Jack stuff there.
Get her fedora.
We don't need to be on this wall.
Not to get on the wall.
Well, he's wanting that.
All right, y'all, don't be shy. And next, we have Education Commission of the States with us today.
Okay.
Let them bring up the presentation. So come from Kentucky and Colorado just to see us.
Yes.
Really appreciate y'all being here. Why don't you start with what ECS is, in case no one knows?
Sure.
And then we'd love to hear your presentation.
Absolutely. So, again, I'm Joel Moore. I'm ECS's Director of Education Commission of the States, Director of State Relations. Andrew, who's passing out a one-pager on our supports and services, is our liaison to Georgia and the rest of y'all's neighboring states. Education Commission of the States, we are a national, nonpartisan, and non-advocacy education policy center. We were created through an interstate compact, the Compact for Education. So we exist in law in Georgia, the 49 other states, DC, and 3 of the territories, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, and American Samoa. The idea being at our creation that there should be some sort of national nonpartisan clearinghouse for all state policy information of how states are approaching a particular issue, so that there is some place to go as y'all are working on what's happening in your state and you can learn from what other states have done. We're nonpartisan, non-advocacy. We'll never advocate for any particular policy solution. Y'all know your states and Georgia and its context better than anybody else, but we can help out with that national landscape piece of it. And I think actually last fall, a couple of members of our team, Vincent Ballin and Chris Duncombe, were able to speak with y'all about the national landscape of K-12 finance for y'all's conversations on that. We're unique from other similar education organizations in that we work all the way across that K-12 through post-secondary and workforce spectrum, so hitting all of those policy areas in between. And also unique in that due to our governance structure, we work with all education policymakers in the state. That includes state boards, governor's offices, departments, offices of higher ed, early ed, and legislators. So part of that governance structure, I think maybe slide 4 or so, there are a number of appointed commissioners to the Education Commission of the States, maybe 2 more. There we go. Governor Kemp and Ian Caraway from his office, as well as Alex Husky from his office, Superintendent Woods and Mayor Donaldson over here, Executive Director Head from the Charter Schools Commission, and on the legislative side, Representative Ballard and Senator Payne from the Senate. But just because those folks are our appointed commissioners, we are happy to work with everyone in the state who is doing education policy. So want y'all to feel free to reach out to me directly or to Andrew directly with any questions you have. Andrew's going to share a little bit more about our supports and services for you all, but that one-pager does provide a good background on that. There's also an electronic resource bank that's linked here in just a minute that contains that document as well as some other information we've pulled together for y'all in advance of this meeting. So with that, I'll introduce it to y'all to Andrew and let y'all get underway because I know you've had a long morning. So thanks, everybody.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So thank you, Joel, for that. My name is Andrew Johnson again. So I'm going to explain a little bit more about how we do what we do. So our mission, our service to the states, stands on 4 pillars here. So we conduct research, we publish reports, we host convenings, and we provide counsel. So next slide, please. Research and reporting go hand in hand together. So we have a great policy team that tracks legislation from across the states, as well as governor's initiatives, state boards, State Department activity, and early and higher education developments. So a few common publications that we have. First, we have our 50-state comparisons. These are probably our most recognized, renowned resources used by state policymakers. They allow you to explore the intricacies of a particular topic in depth, comparing, contrasting the various aspects of state policy adoption. So a few examples, I have one listed right there, but 2 of our more popular ones right now are K-12 funding, teacher recruitment and retention. The K-12 funding, it features about 15 different data points on state approaches to funding. That includes topics like type of funding model, the base amounts, how students are counted, and how special populations, special education, low-income students are included in that formula. The teacher one is probably popular because it's so vast. It has nearly 24 data points, including induction, mentorship policies, paraprofessional pathways, residencies, apprenticeship, grow your own models, and compensation comparisons across the states. On reports, these are focused on a particular topic. They provide research discussion, so a little more commentary, as well as state examples, visualizations, and often will include frameworks, strategic considerations that you all can take as you consider approaching a particular topic. Next slide, please. Blogs, we regularly publish short form publications on our EndNote platform. These are on timely topics such as, recently we just put out a series on workforce Pell, as well as AI. And last but definitely not least, so I said 50 state comparisons were what we were probably most recognized for. These are probably, if you're in the know, what we are loved for. And that is, if we don't have a particular resource on the question you have or the subject you're looking for, we can provide that for you generally in about 3 to 5 days. So a customized, quick turnaround research for you all. Generally, those are also pretty short. I think on average about 1.5 pages, if that. So it's a quick, here's some state examples, here's how states are approaching whatever it is you're looking for. And for that, it kind of goes to summarize all of this. We have a lot of info out there, so if you're looking for a customized research request or just a particular report that we may have on something, just contact me. I gave you all my business card. You can email me, you can call me, you can text me. My cell is on that card. I think I've only had 1 phone call on my work number to date. It's about 2.5 months, so not too much time, but I'm fine to use my cell. So feel free, call, text, send me a pigeon. I don't know how to do that, so it might take more than 3 to 5 business days, but whatever works for you, just get in touch with me, and I'm here to serve you. So next slide, please. But wait, there is still more. So in addition to our written policy content, we provide counsel and we host convenings as well. So on counsel, we can provide that through nonpartisan testimonies to various bodies, policy bodies on the national landscape or background of any education policy area. Groups often find this helpful and when they're in the early stages, wanting to make sure everyone's off to the same start on the same level of what it is they are approaching. Very similar to what we're doing here. We can come and talk to you all. In this case, it's just more about who we are and what we do, but we can also bring in policy experts who talk about a particular topic for you all. In addition, on the council side, we can also do that at a lower level, and we can set up a meeting just with you and a couple of your team members who are looking at a particular topic, trying to understand the national landscape. We can provide that individualized counsel to you all as a consultation. And again, just like with all our research and reports, all of that is free of charge. You just let me know. Lastly, we have our convening. So we are a convener of people, particularly education policy leaders. And we have a variety of topics that we will, or convenings that we'll host, so webinars, small group gatherings, communities of practice. I think our flagship would be our national forum, which is coming up in almost a month now. It's crazy how time flies, in Washington, D.C. So with that, this year we're excited that we are having 56 concurrent policy sessions. So I've never been to a conference with that many sessions. I'm a little bit scared as this will be my first. So bear with me on that if you see me there.
And you have to go to all of them?
Yeah. I hope not. I'm going to have to figure out how to be in 6 rooms at one time. So.
Put you in the thirds.
Yeah, exactly. I'm too short for that. You can't split it. Come on now. So we're excited that Georgia is also going to be featured in multiple of those policy sessions. I think one of the notable ones to mention will be the session Top State for Talent, Georgia, where talent meets opportunity, which is going to feature speakers from Governor Kemp's office, the Office of Student Achievement, and the Student Finance Commission. And we're also happy that we're gonna have about 15 or so. I would make, Joel sent me the latest registration this morning, and I haven't looked at it yet, but last we checked, about 15 people from Georgia. If you all are interested in attending, technically it's closed, but I think what you will find out from me is I am willing to push Joel's buttons and advocate for you all, because I am here to serve you. So if you want to make it, please let me know, and we'll find a spot for you, and we'll get you on there. So with that, pass it back to Joel.
Yeah, any questions? Happy to take those, but love to talk to y'all one-on-one after this as y'all head out. Don't want to keep you from lunch. I don't know if y'all have already made that happen, but happy to discuss more and take any questions y'all have.
We always take time to eat.
Okay, good.
You know, I've got a lot of value out of ECS, and for a long time, I didn't know ECS existed, just to be honest with you. That's why I asked them to come and present to us. Now, you know, they were here for our retreats. I mean, you probably remember them, but I didn't know ECS existed, and they provide a lot of good information. Things I've asked for, I've gotten back in less than the 3 to 5 days, or whatever limit you set. It gives you a perspective of what other states are doing, so we don't operate in a silo. Like we all have all the best ideas in Georgia. Some states are innovative just like we are. So let's rip off and duplicate. So
Is there a cost to this? Like if I wanted you to research something, what would I do? Not that I.
So if you have a topic that you want them to research, email it.
Yep.
And there's no cost.
There's no cost?
There's no cost.
And all of the policy resources that we have already published are available at no cost on the ecs.org website. But if honestly, it's a lot of information, so Andrew can help pare that down for you in quicker bites. But if there's anything that we don't have, then happy to look into it and create a new resource for you.
With that, did want to also provide this. So we put together a little sample for you all of a few things that we can offer. So what you have in front of you is the ECS supports and services. You will probably notice a few links there. So you can access the digital version, so you can click on those. Some of our key issues for 2026. We are, I steal the phrase, member-driven organization from others. We take what is trending across our membership. So we don't advocate for an agenda, but we monitor what the vast majority of states are focused on. So we have some of those key issues there. And then a few information request examples. I think that's particularly helpful because it's one thing to tell you all, hey, just email me and I'll get you something, but what is that going to look like? You can see what those look like. Those are a few that we went ahead and put in last week just to have you all something to look at. So we have 2 that are on. One is state cell phone policy. So what are states doing about cell phones in the last year or 2? And then as well as tutors for literacy, which I know is timely in Georgia right now.
And I think the cell phone policy may also contain information on some recent screen time legislation, because I know that's been coming up a lot lately as well.
And I am forwarding this presentation to the state board.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
So you can access all of that. I'm also happy to follow up and just send you any of these that Bitly. Please make sure you use lowercase if you type it in. I will admit that was my second attempt. The capital one will not work for you. I'm not very good with technology.
It's bit.ly.
Correct. Yep.
Yes, bit.ly/ and yeah, QR code as well if you do that. It'll be on the slide later, but we also have newsletters, so feel free to subscribe to that. You can get more things to your very daily inboxes, I'm sure, but I would love if we can be a part of that, to send you some things. I'll say, I was actually really proud like I said, I've only been with ECS for about 2.5 months, and my daughter got up early one morning last week, and she was just laying in bed with me, and I'm going through my inbox, looking at newsletters and everything, and I was reading one of ours, and she just looked at it and said, Dad, what is that? She's almost 4, by the way. What is that? That's so pretty. Oh my gosh. That's so pretty. And I was like, I didn't make this, but I worked there. I'm like, wow, I'm actually really proud right now. So, yeah, we have a team that puts a lot of effort in on that. So, feel free to subscribe.
Oh, man.
The purple is official, so yeah, it's,
You know,
well,
kudos
but
to
we're-
you for not beginning to lie to your children. Kudos.
I won't tell you about all the times I have. But yeah, any other questions that we can answer?
We've got another ECS commissioner in the room, Donovan Head. Donovan, you want to say anything about ECS?
So I've been involved with them for a couple years now, and it's just a great organization. I think some of you have gone to Excel and Ed's conferences, and I would put them on that same level, even more so. Excel and Ed's obviously nonpartisan, but you know it has a little bit, I would say, of a center-right tilt. ECS does a really good job out being nonpartisan, and I can tell you from my standpoint, I've called them for things. I've talked to y'all individually about the situation we're having where school districts, in some cases, are sitting on some unused school buildings that charter schools are interested in. We're looking at what all 50 states are doing on this, and within not even a few hours, they were able to get that back. And so we got some good ideas out of that, which we'll be working with Madam Chairwoman and you all on some solutions, hopefully leading up to the next session. Taking them up to go see Chairman Billy Hickman for dinner. So I feel like Georgia, I'm glad to hear there's 15 coming, because one time I came and I was the only one, and Hawaii had a bigger delegation than Georgia. So, but I also feel like we're underutilizing the resource that we have. So literally anything y'all can think of, especially if you want to pull from what other states are doing. It's a great organization. Can't say enough good things.
But he hit us at the right time with the question about the charter school land use, because we're working on our updated 50-state comparison on charter school policies that'll be coming out in 2 months.
And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but can you tell them where you're thinking about doing your next conference?
Oh, our winter commissioners meeting will be in Atlanta, so headed down here.
Can you give the board this?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I was like Donovan to kind of give kind of a numbers comparison where Georgia sits in relation to charter schools to other states.
Yeah, for the top 10 most populated states, we have the lowest ratio right now. So it's one for 118,000, where the average is one for 55,000. So certainly would like to grow the sector.
Just a shameless plug from the Charter Schools Commission.
Well, he had-
Shameless plug.
Well, he had
We
the
wanna see
floor
more local
and was not
operations.
restricted.
Local operating.
Yes.
Well, thank y'all for coming.
Thank y'all for having
You've
me.
come a long way, so we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you
And
very
I'm
much.
always happy to come to Georgia.
And you'll mind, let's take a picture. Sure. One more picture. Oh, where the photographer go? Right there.
Hey, whatever happens to these pictures? Oh, they all.
Madam Chair, you want to adjourn?
Do you keep?
Yes.
I do.
No more
I
business
usually
for the
download
committee today.
and what I have done in the past.
All in favor?
Yeah. Yeah. Try to, you have a picture.